Hello, everyone. I hope you're doing well. Uh, Welcome to the first of hopefully many of the regular Friday zetamath streams. So if you have not yet seen it, I'm now streaming, instead of streaming for 8 hours on Wednesday, I'm streaming 4 hours on Wednesday and 4 hours on Friday. And I'm also, instead of streaming on Saturday, I think I'm going to stream on Sunday. We're going to try out a few Sunday times and see how it goes. So you can look and see what time our Sunday stream is. It's scheduled now. It's 4 hours earlier than this, if you like. As always, we're going to start with the puzzle that was voted on by the most people. And in this case, it's this puzzle, Whisper Whisper by Dyer. There was some last minute vote jockeying around this, as people are welcome to do. Again, I always get asked, how do you vote? The way you vote on what puzzles we do is that you become a member either on YouTube or Patreon. To become a member on YouTube, you can just go to join down below this video. Or if you want to be on Patreon, you can go to patreon.com/zetamath. Either way, if you become a supporter at the windmill level or higher, then that lets you see upcoming puzzles we might do, and then it allows you to vote on whichever ones you want to see. This puzzle by Dyer won with 9 votes. So this puzzle I will dedicate to those of you who voted for it. So the people who voted for it are Crispy, Woofer, Nordy, Doomdiat, Luda, Afraid Not, Tallcat, Russ, and David. So I am excited to see this. And by the way, I should say hello to everyone in chat. We've got Ken and Amy and Isabella, Jessica, Eric, Nell. We got lots of folks around already. So excited to see you all. All right. So I think this is going to be an adventure. So this is a German Whisper doubler puzzle. And so if you know what those two words mean, you already know all the rules, but I'll go over them. So the German Whisper part means that along a green line, I have to make sure that consecutive digits adjacent digits on the green line have to be at least 5 apart. So you'll see here the difference is 5, here it's 7, here it's 6, here it's 5. At least 5 all the way along all of these lines. However, if you have much experience with German Whispers puzzles, you might immediately identify that there are many problems with this sort of grid, in that there would be no possible way to fill this with normal German Whispers rules. But as a bonus, we have a doubler. And so in every row, column, and box, one cell is doubled. And so I think I will probably denote the doublers as I find them with circles. We'll see. But I am also delighted to debut one of the greatest gifts that has ever been given to me, which is that Chameleon has gifted me a betting tree tool. For those of you not in the know, every puzzle we do, theoretically, I give all of you the chance to guess what digit will be in a particular cell. So I'm going to pick this cell. And previously, whenever we've done it in Penpa, I always did it with a betting tree. But there was no betting tree in CTC, and I complained about that as the main weakness in CTC versus its competitor of Penpa. But Chameleon has given me a little piece of software so that now we can enjoy the betting tree in the CTC app as well. So I am delighted to have that. It means I can use full nonsense mode with all of these things. Also, I enjoy that the app is specifically for bet cells because you can only have one tree. I did put the tree back where it was, by the way. So if you were worried I was going to change the outcome by moving the bet cell around, let me do that. Okay. So one of the reasons why this is very interesting, I want to point out something that you can do with this, is that in a normal German Whisper puzzle, you always alternate between low digits and high digits. So that is the 1, 2, 3, 4 flavor of digit and the 6, 7, 8, 9 flavor of digit. So these are low, these are high. And you always strictly alternate back and forth between those as you go along the line. Because if I go 5 different from one of these numbers, I always end up at one of these numbers. And if I go 5 different from one of these numbers, then I always end up at one of these numbers. this is where I always just throw around the word bipartite. That's what's happening here. So we have that. Also, normally you can't put 5 on one of these at all. And so you alternate back and forth between a low number and a high number, and you can't put 5s on at all. But if you look at the grid, of course, I'm obligated to put a 5 somewhere in row 5, for example. How is that ever going to work? Well, one way I could do it is that I could put a 5 next to... Actually, where am I going to put the 5? Oh, I could put a 5, like, let's just say I could put a 5 here, for example, as long as I made this like a double 8. So if I made this a doubled 8, that is fine for that. Okay, but I can also put high digits next to each other now, so I don't have to alternate parity as I bounce along the line. So what I can do is I can have, say, an 8 next to a doubled 9, and now I have 2 high digits in a row next to each other. So that is also a thing I can do. So these are some things that you can do in a German whispers puzzle. All right, so the thing that my mind is immediately drawn to as I look at this grid is actually, well, I did notice the 5 thing, but I actually want to start here. And the reason I want to start here is, by what I just said, this is impossible without a doubler. And so, oh, by the way, I did not say the rules out loud. The doubled digit in every row, column, and box is different. So every digit is doubled once. But this little odd length cycle means there has to be a doubler in here, because otherwise I'd go blue, orange, blue, but then I'd go blue again, and that's not going to work. So one of these digits is doubled. And so that means every digit that sees all of those is definitely not doubled. So at the very least, I know these aren't doubled. I know one of these is doubled. And if I think about it, I probably actually know what's happening a little bit. But let's go back to 5s, because someone in chat, Isabella, pointed out what has to happen with 5 in here. I actually can't put an undoubled 5 in this row at all. Because if I put an undoubled 5 in this row, well, the only way I can put something next to an undoubled 5 is for that thing to be doubled. Because if it's not doubled, it's not 5 away from 5. Now, there are 2 ways in the row that I could put a 5 where it's only next to one thing in the row, but both of them are next to 2 things in the box, and I can't double both. I can't double both. So therefore, the doubled digit in row 5 is the 5. So that's interesting. And so basically in row 5, there are 5 high digits and 4 low digits, and I know what order they have to go in. Because even if I throw in 10, which is what you get when you double 5, what that means is I have to alternate between high and low. I can't go 5 away from 10 without getting to a 1, 2, 3, 4. So actually, I can color, and we're going to be doing lots of layers of coloring in this puzzle. I can color all of these high and all of these low. And so I know that these cells are a 1, 2, 3, 4 triple, and these are a... Sorry, 1, 2, 3, 4 triple. 1, 2, 3, 4 quadruple. And these are a 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 quintuple. And the 5 is doubled. Now, a natural question here is to ask about where 4 and 6 are going in this row, because the 6 in this row is not doubled. And so the thing with 6 normally in a German whisper puzzle is that if I don't have access to doublers, then a 6 needs to go next to a 1, and, well, it can't go next to 2 1s, and so these sort of intermediate places can't be 6. Ooh, we've got a new folk. Welcome, One-Eyed Man, as we talk about these doubler whisper shenanigans. So what that means is actually, because I know the double digit in this row is a 5, it's not a 6. So this digit could never be a 6, because it would need to be next to 2 1s, and I just can't use doublers in any way to fix that. So that's not a 6, that's not a 6, and that's not a 6. Now, here's another interesting tidbit. Whichever of these two is a 6, it's next to a 1 in the row, because remember the double digit in the row is a, the doubler in the row is a 5. So the 6 is only next to a 1, so these aren't 1. But whichever of these is a 6, it needs to be next to, in one of these two cells, it needs to be next to something that is doubled, because otherwise it would have to be a 1, right? I can't put a 6 next to something other than 1 unless it's doubled. So one of these two cells is doubled. I don't know which one, but that means every cell that is not, or every cell that sees both of these is not doubled. So that these cells are all not doubled, and these cells are all not doubled. And that tells me that the doubled cell on this triangle that we talked about as the break-in, the doubler on here is in one of those two cells, and so none of these are doubled. Okay, so let's do a brief accounting of our doublers. We double 5 in row 5. That we know. One of these 6s is next to a double digit. The double digit has to be at least a 7. So we've used the doubled 5, and we've used the doubled 7, 8, or 9. I was thinking that maybe the fact that one of these goes 1 and one of them goes 2, maybe that would help me. But of course, if I make this like a doubled 7, it's like a 14, and I can put absolutely any digit I want here. So that the fact that this is 1 extra in length doesn't really help me sort any of that out. Okay, so I do know one of these is a doubled 7, 8, or 9. I mean, who knows? Maybe both of them are. But that's interesting. Okay, so I need maybe to also think about what I can do with 5 in the various other places. So, like, by the way, thank you, Chameleon, so much for the lovely betting tree. You can see that your betting tree is already being well used. And hey, Jay, welcome. I am already delighted by this puzzle. Hopefully I have not broken it yet. So I think we need to look at other houses where there has to be a 5. So the places where there has to be a 5 include column 1 and column 9. And no matter where the 5 is in column 1 and column 9, that 5 has to be next to a doubler. Because again, there's no way that it has to either be, the 5 is either itself doubled or it's next to a doubler. It could be that that's the 5 and it is the doubler. That's the 5 and that's the doubler. Hey, Kodak, have you done many doubler puzzles, Kodak? I feel like you would really like the doubler puzzles that I've been solving around. So I suspect that if you have not, you might get into them. So now let's just look at what cells could plausibly be 5 here. So this can't be a 5 because it would require 2 doublers. That can't be a 5 because it would require 2 doublers in the box. That can't be a 5 because it would require 2 doublers in the box. I've already marked... Oh, maybe this cell... Could this cell be a 5? No. If this was a 5, it would require a doubler here, and that's already marked as not being a doubler. One of the two would have to be a doubler. It can't work. Oh, right. And remember, I know the 5 is already doubled in row 5, so I can't double the 5 anywhere else. So the only place that I could have a 5 that is itself doubled in column 1 is here. Okay. Could this be a 5? And the answer is no, because if this was a 5, it would need to be next to a doubled thing, but the doubler in row 5 is a doubled 5, so that's not going to work. And the 5 can't be here, because I would need to put a doubler here. That's not going to work. So I feel like my options for 5 in this column are these 3. I think all of those I could get away with a 5. So I feel like I'm probably trying to build my own swordfish here or something like that. It's just like I'm trying to build a pattern on where the 5s can be that's going to tell me places where 5s aren't allowed to be. But it really annoys me that these 5s poke out over here. And as Nicholas points out, yeah, we started with saying we're going to do column 1. Now I have to do the same thing in column 9. These can't be 5s because they would be next to 2 things. This I think could be a 5. This can't be a 5. That I think could be a 5. This can't be a 5 because I know the thing next to it's not doubled. If this is a 5, I would need to make both of those doublers. That's not going to work. If this is a 5, I would need to make things... Okay, so none of those can be doublers. So interestingly, in column 1, I have these 3 places, and in column 9, I only have these 2 places. Okay, so I'm going to indicate these 5s in columns with yellow flashes, just so we can keep track of the whatever horrible Sudoku pattern we're building for ourselves here. So this is a skyscraper, isn't it? So I think this pattern... Oh, I don't actually know. Sorry, if I knew the 5 was in one of these 2 places, it would almost be a skyscraper, but it's not quite a skyscraper because of that. I can also think about 5 in box 5. So 5 in box 5, certainly not in either of those places. It's certainly not in those places or there. So the 5 in box 5 is a little bit restricted. But I don't think it quite does much of life. Right. These are both definitely low. Nicholas is right. Because these are either 6, 7, 8, 9, or they're 10, but even 10 is still only at least 5 away from 1, 2, 3, 4. So actually, these cells I should fill in. These are 1, 2, 3, 4. That is a good point. And then this digit has to be at least 5 bigger than this. Those cells could be doublers, though. These cells? I mean, if I double it, it's still a 1, 2, 3, 4, right? I'm certainly not... I'm not claiming I know this isn't a doubler. Wait, no. Sorry. No, I think I'm being tricked here. Am I? What did I say? Okay. One of these is a 6. Right. No. Sorry. One of them is... Sorry. No, one of these is actually... Sorry. We knew this before, and then we forgot it. One of these is actually high. Because one of these is a 6 that goes with a 1 to its side, and like a double 7, 8, or 9 up here. And yeah, Memrister, sorry, I had to change my streaming schedule because I'm starting teaching. And I basically had no choices as to what times I would stream during the week. So I meant to message you and apologize for counter-streaming you. It was not intentional, but I did not actually have choices about what days Wednesday and Friday, or what days and times on Wednesday and Friday I would stream. So I'm now streaming Wednesday, Friday, and Sunday is the plan. Yep, so the 5 one here is... The 5 in this row is on a doubler. Okay, yeah, and one of these is just a regular low digit, but the one actually that's next to the 6 is actually an ultra high digit. It's because it's a doubled high digit. Okay. Playmaker, I didn't pick it. The voters have spoken. This is the puzzle they wanted to see. So that is how that goes. I always do the voted puzzle. Now, would I have done this puzzle anyway if the voters had not voted for it? That is a different question. Well, keep in mind one of these two ends. Oh, I don't know that one of these ends is a 5, do I? I think these could both be doubled high digits. I think that's possible. I don't think 5 in column 9 is a doubler. I mean, it could be, but if 5 in column 9 is a doubler, it's here. Because we know the 5 doubler is in row 5. But keep in mind, I can put a 5 next to a doubler. I don't have to double the 5 to put a 5 on a whisper line, Medi. I could put a 5 next to, say, a doubled 8, and that will be acceptable. That took me a minute to process when I started this puzzle. Yeah, I would really like to prove that these 3 can't be 5. Like, I feel like that's what I'm supposed to be doing with my life, but I don't see how, as of yet. Like, there still seem to be lots of places for 5s running around in here. And I do have to keep in mind that every time I do place a... Okay, so here's an idea. Every time I place a 5 on a whisper, I consume a doubler that is 5, 6, 7, 8, or 9. So if we can show there are 5 5s on whisper lines, then that will prove that actually we've used all of those. Yeah, there's definitely a doubler on the triangle. That's already marked. One of these two is a doubler. And so maybe I should think about what that actually looks like. So one of these is a doubler, which is next to a low digit and a high digit. So I also have a 6, 7, 8, 9 doubler over here. So there's a 6, 7, 8, 9 doubler over here. There's a 6, 7, 8, 9 doubler in one of these two. There's one in column 1. There's one in column 9. I hope I don't have to like come up with a covering set to prove that I've covered all of them. I fear that might be where this is going. Let's see. Liam asks, if this is the 5, where does 5 go in column 9? So if that's the 5, then that's the 5. So let's figure out why that's bad. Why is that bad? If this is a 5, if this is a doubled 5, then we go doubled 5, low, high, low, high. There's 2 doublers in box 6. Where's the second doubler in box 6? If this is the doubled 5. If 5 is on a doubler, it doesn't have to be next. Oh, that 5. Got it. Okay, got it. Okay. Got it. Okay. Yes. That was complicated, but I got there. Okay. If this is the 5, the point is that's also the 5, and that's bad because the only way I can put this 5 in here at all is to make this a doubler or something, and that's not going to work because this 5 could not be a doubled 5. It would have to be a regular 5. It would have to go next to a doubler, and then I've got 2 doublers next to each other. No, I've got 2 doublers in the box because this would be a doubled 5 and that would be doubled. Wow, that's complicated, but I agree. So this is not a 5. Sorry. So that's not a 5. Agree. Actually, can this cell be doubled? Oh yeah, I guess if this cell is doubled, it pushes the 5 up there, is the point. Okay. So here I've got a doubled 6, 7, 8, 9 that's next to a 6, 7, 8, 9 and a low. Interesting. Did I choose a good bedding tree, by the way, J. Dyer? I thought this was a good place for the bedding tree, but Tristan has an idea. Row 7, column 9. Okay, so Tristan's question is, what if this is doubled? If this is doubled, then that's... Ah, yes, beautiful, beautiful. Excellent job, Tristan. This cell can't be doubled. Because if this cell was doubled, it would tell me that's not the 5 because the 5 in this row is doubled. But it would also tell me that's not the 5 because I can only put a 5 next to a doubler. So this cell is not doubled, which means this cell is doubled. And we get to have our little doubler dance. Boop, boop. Ba, ba. Oop. Oh, no. Poor Zach. Ba, 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 da, ba. Ba, 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 da. Ba, da, ba, da, ba. Doubler dance. Ba, da. Ba, da. Ba, da. Thank you, Zach. Thank you. Oops. So now none of these are doubled. For whatever that is worth. I'm trying to decide if, like, learning... Yeah, does learning any of those cells aren't doublers excite me? I don't think so. Okay, so here's the thing. I do know that this digit's high. This is a 6, 7, 8, 9. Because it has to be next to a high digit and a low digit in order for this to work. In order for this sort of triangular business to work. But that doesn't tell me the parity of this at all. Column 1 in box 1 has no doublers. Right. Wait, do I know that? Right, because this is either a 5... Oh no, I don't know the 5 is on the outside. I still don't know the 5 is on the outside. The 5 in column 1 could be here. Oh, no, sorry. Okay. So either the 5 in column 1 is here, in which case that's the doubler for the column, or the 5 in column 1 isn't here, in which case I have to put a 5 down here, and the 5 down here needs a doubler next to it. Right. Okay. I agree. Does that also apply to this cell? If this cell was a doubler, right. This cell can't be a doubler either. Right? No, that can't be true. Because one of these two I know is a doubler. No, I think it is true. I think this can't be a doubler. If this is a doubler, I can't put it next to a doubled 5. And so then I have to put a 5 down here, but the 5 needs a doubler. This cell can't be doubled. It doesn't apply to column 5 or column 9. That was my original fear, Isabella, was that it was going to break my observation about this. But I don't think it does. I think this now has to be the doubler, and this doubler is going to handle both the 6 and the 5, I think. So I think now we know, because that's a doubler, this isn't a 5. And so that's not a 5. This is doubled. This is the 5 for the column, so I can get rid of the yellow coloring, which was only keeping track of that. And we get to have our little digit dance. We get to do the 5 dance. Woo! Thank you, Zach. Thank you very much. Yes, thank you, Nicholas. Thank you, Jovial. How are you, Jovial? I still want to finish our X sums puzzle. So this I know is... so this is not the 6 anymore, is the point. This is not the 6 because it would need to be next to 2 1s. So this is the 6. This is some gigantic number. So this is a 7, 8, or 9. So it's also orange. Our favorite, the German Whispers lines that go orange, orange 5. The most traditional possible of German Whispers lines. Okay. Oh, yes, this is 1. Thank you. Yes, I should have gotten that, but I was not very good at it. Okay, there we go. All right. So somewhere in this line there's a 7. I guess the next question is, somewhere in this line there's a 4. Where is the 4 going in this line? And so I can't put the 4 here. It would be between... Oh, no, I could put the 4 here, couldn't I? I could put the 4 here as long as that's a 5, as long as that's a doubled 5. And then I could sandwich it between a doubled 5 and a 9. So yeah, sadly, I cannot quite get that information out of the 4. Oh yeah, I know these aren't doubled. I just don't have that marked. So, oh yeah, and I know this isn't doubled. Actually, I know all of these aren't doubled. Okay, so, so the doubler here, no, the 5 in this box, I guess I know down to 3 possibilities now, because the 5 in this box can't go on a line without being next to a doubler. So the 5 is in one of these 3 places. I don't know where yet. We'll figure it out. The 5 in this box is actually only in one of 2 places, for whatever that's worth. So I thought 4 in row 5 was potent, but I actually think, upon further reflection, I think it doesn't actually quite do anything other than tell us that if the 4 is in the middle, it needs a double 5 and a 9 next to it. Okay. And yeah, I suppose I technically know all of these cells are not doublers as well, while I am marking things that I know aren't doublers. Oh, it must be Math Pesto's negator puzzle. Simon is going to beat me to another puzzle. This... No, this could be a doubler. That would be okay. It's agent. Interesting. I maybe don't know the puzzle, actually. But go agent. I have never used negative numbers in a Sudoku unless you count Ouroboros. Which is sort of saying that the digits in every cage sum to 0. Okay, what am I now missing? Okay, so maybe now I should ask about where the 6 goes in this column. I guess it could still hide out in either of those places, couldn't it? Yeah, or there. Not there or there, I don't think. Oh, it could... Yeah, the 6 in column 1 is a little bit restricted, but I don't think it's restricted enough, unfortunately. Let's see. Right. Mehdi has a good point, which is that I know that in row 5, the doubler is the 5. So if this is not the doubler, there's a 5 down here, which means there's a doubler there. So these are never doubled, is Mehdi's point, which means that we have pointing doublers, meaning if you bet that the bet cell was going to be doubled, or the betting tree was going to be doubled, I regret to inform you that the betting tree is not doubled. Yes, Tallcat, you voted for this puzzle. You may have been involved in the last-minute voting shuffling around. I think there are a few power users of the voting system that carefully assess where the votes are and then weigh in at the last second by sort of swaying around votes to decide what puzzle they want to see today. Which feels exciting to me. Fear not, KNT. Your puzzle will get there. So the reason, Liam, why these two cells can't be doublers, oh, you were asking about these? It's because there's already a doubler in the column taken up in this box. Let's see. I was already sort of plotting out how I was going to put this betting tree in this gigantic KNT grid, but the other cells in row 6. These two? These two are not doublers because if one of these is a doubler, you can't put a 5 in this box. Is the problem, because if one of these is a doubler, Liam, I can't make that a 5 because the 5 in this row is doubled. But also I can't put a 5 at the other end of the line because the 5 needs a doubler to hang out with it. Let's see. Tallcat believes row 5, column 2 can't be a 4. Oh, because this is next to 3 different digits, right? It could be next to a doubled 5 and a 9. That's fine, but would have to find a doubled 5, a 9, and another digit, and that's not going to work. So, in fact, this is not the 4. So one of these two is the 4, which means one of these 3 is the 9, because... one of these 3 is the 9, and one of these 3 is the 5, because the 4 is next to the 5 and the 9. So my lifelong attempt to prove that this cell or this cell was the 5 was incorrect. This cell's not the 5, because the 4 in this row needs the 5 and the 9 next to it. And so the 5 really is down here on this line at one of the ends, which means there's really a doubler in between it. I think I can lose the yellow shading now, but there's a doubler there, which de-doublifies lots of other cells immediately. I did not do that right. Let's try again. Let's select the right cells instead of the wrong ones. That's better. Okay, so this cell is also a 6, 7, 8, 9. So that's 3 of my 6, 7, 8, 9 doublers. So I'm running rapidly out of 6, 7, 8, 9 doublers. And if I put the 5 here, I have to use the last 6, 7, 8, 9 doubler down here. Fascinating. Okay, so the 5 in this box now... Oh, no, the 5 could be there. Never mind. I was going to say something wrong about the 5 in this box, but that was not correct. Oh, betting tree, oh, betting tree. Ba-da-ba-da, ba-da-ba-da. Yes, Chameleon specifically made me this beautiful betting tree app. I could not be happier. Okay, so I mean, I can just color the rest of this line. Why have I not colored the rest of this line? Because this cell's not doubled. So this German Whisper line, all the way up here at least, is honest. So that's orange, and that's orange. Because I only have normal German Whisper stuff. I can use no doublers anywhere in here. And so the point is, that's all the oranges for this column. And so this cell is not orange, nor is it 5. So this cell is blue, I suppose. Note, only the 5 in row 5 is orange. The other 5s are not orange. But the 5 in row 5 gets the benefit of being orange because it's doubled, so it's actually a 10. Okay, and so, yeah, so we've got all of these. So, yeah, and so one of these is a low digit. I can say I know this isn't a 4. So I know this is a 1, 2, 3 for whatever that's worth. Row 5, column 1 is not a 9. Ah, right, because remember the 4 in the row. Thank you, Isabella. I feel like now I took a candidate out of the cell I wasn't supposed to. No, I took the 5 out, but I was also supposed to take the 9 out for the same reason. The 4 in row 5 needs to be next to both a 9 and a doubled 5. And so this 9 is not next to that, so it cannot be there. Piatic, welcome. I love the screen name. Big fan of your work. Reminds me of the time. So this is a deep cut story, but I'm a number theorist, and the Piatic numbers are a number theory thing. And so there was a number theory conference that I was at on the Piatic numbers. But the print shop at the last minute realized that seeing Piatic was obviously misspelled, and they changed it to the P-acid numbers and P-acid number theory on all of the posters. And so it was a lovely thing to see. And then slowly they replaced them back, but I greatly enjoyed that. All right. What am I doing with my life now? I don't know anymore. I got this coloring. I was happy with the coloring. Yeah, I now would like to invent the P-acid numbers. I think that would be delightful. Let's see. So I was thinking about that. So Nicholas asked about 4 in this column. 4 can't go here anymore. So that's one place 4 can't go. But I think 4 could go in 3 places in the column. I think all of those can be 4. Unfortunately. This one cannot be, though. This one is a 1, 2, 3. Let's see. pH is the P-acid number. Well, I mean, if I put the 4 down here, it doesn't do anything with 6 and 7 in the column. But maybe if I think about 6 and 7 and 4 together, is it possible if I think about 6 and 7 and 4 together that leads to insight? Like, could I force that the 4 has to be down here? And I don't think I can. Yeah, I don't think I can quite get there without a really long look ahead, but I agree there's a lot of tension in this column. Uh Interesting. Okay, so smart point from Medi. There's two highs already here. And I know that every pair of unweirded digits on a German whisper line, every pair of adjacent ones, there's a high and a low. So actually, all my highs in this column are gone. So actually, Medi's beautiful point is that these two cells are automatically low. And so this cell is high because it's next to a low along here. That's very cool. And so now I can sort of percolate that along this line because it got me that cell along the line. And notice this cell is involved in doubling shenanigans, but only in that direction. In this direction, this cell is honest. That was a great spot, Medi. Very sweet. And now, as Nicholas points out, now this cell has to be low because I have all of the oranges in this box. So this is low because of box 6. Awesome. Great spot. Again, Nicholas. These are both high. I'm just checking. If this was the 5, I would have a doubled high here, and that would be the last high for the box. Well, I have all the highs in this row now. Okay, that's interesting. I have all the highs in row 4 now. Because row 4 now, that's all the highs. So where does the 6 go in row 4? Granted that one of the highlighted cells has to be the 6. And the answer is there only, because this can't be a 6. It can't even be next to a 1, much less 2 1s. So that's a 6 and a 1. For whatever that's worth. That means we need a 6 in one of these two cells. Which is also cool. Which means that... Oh, no, it doesn't mean that that cell is blue, necessarily. Da-dee-dee-da-dee-da. So, saying something about this affecting 4? So that can't be a 4 anymore, right. So now none of these cells could be 4. This can't be a 4 because it would need... Wait, no. This being a 4 could just put a 9 there and there. No, this being a 4 I don't think has been broken. Oh, one of these two is a 4, so this is a really minor deduction, but because one of these two is the 4, I know this is either a 5 or a 9. It can't be anything else. Because it's next to a 4, and the 4 is next to a 5 and a 9. Very close. This can be grayed. I'm noticing. This can be grayed. Okay, so these two cells are always blue. I don't know if they're doubled or not, but they're always blue. Because these numbers are not doubled, so they're at most 9, which means these have to have a value of at most 4, which means they're always blue. that's that many. Oh, no, it could be a doubled high digit. Liam is right. If this is a 9, I could make this a doubled 8. That's fine. Okay, thank you, Liam. You caught me there. I was trying to do something chicanerous. Let's see. I'm getting real close. So, the fact that we only get one more 6, 7, 8, 9 in a doubler is very interesting, though. Nicholas makes a good point. These are a high-low pair because, again, this is a none interfering whisper. So these are a high and a low. That's all the highs for the column. And so these two cells are both low. Very good to Nicholas there. Oh, this one could be 5. Sorry. This one I should not bother. This one is definitely low because there's a 5 in the box, right? This one could be 5. But that one's actually low. But yeah, you're totally right. This one could be 5 obnoxiously. Okay, so here's the thing to think about. Wherever the doubled 6 is, the doubled 6 is only 5 away from blue digits 5 and 7. 8 and 9 are too close to doubled 6. So when I think about the doubled 6 and what the doubled 6 has to look like, I need to keep that in mind. So if this was a doubled 6, this would be exactly a 7. With no optionality. And then this would be a 2. Because there's no 1 there. I know one of these is a 1, for whatever that's worth. Very little, I expect. So this can't be a 7. That's an observation. If this is a 7, it would only be next to 1 and 2, but I can't put a 1 in either of these cells. So this is actually only an 8 or a 9. It seems worth it to note. It's a 2, 3, or 4. The fact that this can be a 4 is really annoying. Why do I know these aren't doublers, Nicholas? They could be the last doubled high digit, couldn't they? I think they could be the last doubled high digit. Because we get one more doubled high digit. We will be happy when we know the location of all 4 doubled high digits. So, this is the point, maybe. This cell sees all 3 of these. So these cells together, these 4 cells, are a 6, 7, 8, 9 quadruple. Now, what am I going to do with that, you might ask? And that I don't know yet. But the fact that this cell sees all 4 of those and is okay, so that tells me one of these 2 is 6 for sure. Because again, these cells are a 6, 7, 8, 9 quadruple. And these 2 elements of that can't be 6. So one of these 2 is 6. which tells me that none of these cells are 6. I don't know that that's exciting. It tells me that none of these cells are 6. That's even less exciting, I think. But yeah, if this is 6, it's next to 5, 7 exactly. Oh, let's see. Okay. Medi is asking about 6 in column 1. So can't be here. It would be next to 2 1s. Can't be here. It would be next to 2 1s. Wait, no, sorry. 6. No, sorry. 6 would be next to 2 1s in the column. That's not going to work. This could be a doubler and be fine, but this isn't a 1 anyway. 6 can't be here. Can't be here. So yeah, so 6 is down here somewhere. But I can't put a 6 in either of these cells, because remember, the 6 has to be in one of the orange cells. So yeah, so this cell is a 6. Okay, that's disappointing, but we'll make do with it. Okay, so these are that's from 7, 8, 9. That's the undoubled cell. That's the undoubled high digit. If this was a 6, oh wait, no, I could make that a 6. You're right. Sorry, Liam is right. This can be a 6 if I double that cell. Because this cell is allowed to be doubled. Sorry. Liam is right. This could still be the 6. Unless someone has a good reason why not. Unfortunate, but true. But this isn't a 6 at the very least. This is a 7, 8, 9. Let's see. This can only be a 3 if that's an 8. It's a fascinating puzzle. This I know is the 7, 8, 9 for the row. I'm trying to think about what I know about where these digits go in the thing. I kind of want to give them actually different colors. So, oh, that's a terrible color. That's a very bad choice. So I'm going to give my doublers different colors just so we can talk about where they actually show up in various boxes. And so red, I know, shows up in one of those 2 cells. Over there. Which I don't know if does anything at all, but I want to be able to think about that kind of thing. Oh. No, never mind. I was thinking about, if this is a doubled 5, then what does that do to this line? And the answer is, if this is a doubled 5, then this line now has... There are 2 more high digits in the box, and so this is the last low digit. It's a 2 or a 3, and then I put my 2 highs over there. And this 5 is an honorary high digit. I think I still have it on, right? Yep, I do still have it on, Kilroy. I was bequeathed a script to add the betting tree, but I would encourage you as a service to the broader Sudoku community to add support for the betting tree. Yeah, we've got all the highs over here. So these are each 5 or low. That one just is low. It's a 2, 3, or 4. I feel like we were close, and then we lost the thread a bit. So I know there's 2 highs and 2 lows over here. I know none of the highs over here are 6, for whatever it's worth. But one of these could be 6. Annoyingly, this could still be a 4. Because that could be a 9 and that could be a 9. This can't be a 4 for what it's worth. So this is 1, 2, 3. This, I think, can be anything. 4 and column 9 has only 2 places, is what Medi is saying. So neither of these can be 4. So yeah, so both of those... Ah, gorgeous. Okay, so Medi is completely correct. The thing I was supposed to observe is I just remarked that these are the only places that 4 can go. Both of them see this cell through a perfectly ordinary line. So because one of these two is a 4, this is definitely a 9, which is going to do a lot of damage to all of these things. So in particular, that knocks 9 out of 2 of these things. So one of these 2 cells is a 9, because remember, again, this cell together with those is a 6, 7, 8, 9 quadruple. So so neither of those is 9. So there's no 9 in any of these cells for whatever that is worth. All right, so that's a 7, 8 pair in the box. Right, this digit can't be 6 anymore, because 12 is not next to 9 on a whisper line. Thank you. Oops. Thank you to Isabella. So yeah, so this is a 15 or a 16. So that is a 7, 8 pair. And so because that's a 7, 8 pair, these are a 6, 9 pair. Ah, these are a 6, 9 pair, and this one's not a 6. So that's a 9, and that's a 6. In order to do that. So the 9 is doubled elsewhere. We don't know where the 9 is doubled yet exactly. This cell is red. Oh, I can't do that. Because this cell's not doubled. But these 2 digits are the same digit. For whatever that's worth. So one of these is the other 7, 8. Okay. Red X to show it's not doubled. I like your I like the cut of your jib. So just to continue our coloring, the circled ones are the ones that are doubled. The X's are the corresponding digits, but not doubled. I'm not going to cross out the other 6 because I can keep track of the fact that both 6s are the same. But there we go. And now Rocket Rat... sorry, Rock Rat 0. There's no Rocket. It's just Rock Rat. Points out now this can't be the 4 anymore because this can't be the 9 anymore. So we get to place the 4. which gives us our 5-9 pair. So yeah, so one of these two is the doubler. That is a 2 or 3. Right. The only high digit left to double is 9, and I can't put a 9 down here, so I can't put the 5 down here. That's awesome. Okay. So remember, we had talked about putting 5s in one of these two cells, because you can put a 5 on a German Whisper if you either double the 5, which we do in row 5, or put it next to a doubler. But if I put the 5 next to a doubler, I have no values that I can use, because I've used 6, 7, and 8 in doublers, and the 9 is here. So these are not the 5. The 5 is here. That's the 5, and that's the 9. And this is a doubler. Let's see. I'll use purple again. Oops. Sorry. I'll use purple again, since I already know what this is. Okay. So that's the doubled 5. That makes that an 8. This is not an 8. This is not doubled. This is a 2 or 3, in fact. Making these 7 and 8. That's the 9 for the box. That 8 has made black 7 and red 8. So we're going to lose those. So this 7-8 pair tells me that this can't be a 3, because one of these digits is definitely a 7. So therefore that's a 2, and that's a 3, and that's a 2. These aren't 2. That's not 7. This can't be a 4 anymore, because 4 can't go next to 8, so that's a 3. That's a 1. That's not a 2 anymore. This cell is a 2 or a 4. Those are the only options. This is not a 1 or a 3 anymore, so it's a 2. This is an 8-9, so we have an 8-9 pair here hanging out. So now I can say that these two are low. Because if these two were low, or sorry, if these two were high, they would need to be doubled, but the only doubler I have left is a 9, and I already have a 9 in the box. So these aren't, sorry, it's not that these aren't doubled. They might be doubled, but they are low. They are 1, 2, 3, 4. And so these are from 1, 3, 4. Okay, this is a 3 or a 4, for whatever nonsense that's worth. I need a 2 in this row. The 2 in this row has to go in one of these two cells, for whatever that's worth. Doubled 1 is still 5 away from 8 or 9 Isabella, right? But they could be low rather than high. So yeah, there's a 2 over there. Let's see, the 3. The 4 in the row could go on either side. The 5 in the row could go on either side. And we've got the 6, 7, 8 on it. Okay. Don't forget about Poland. Yeah, so these are a 4-5 pair. I don't think I can pencil mark this column at all. I know this isn't a 4. I know that's, yeah, I know that's not a 4. Oh, okay. Where does 4 go in column 9 now? Oh, sorry, this could be a 4. Never mind. Sorry, I missed that. Yeah, this can be a 4 because it would be next to all of those 9s. So yeah, it continues to be the case that one of these is a 4. One of these two is an 8. 2, 3, 2, 2, 2. So there's a 2 over here somewhere for whatever that is worth. Let's see. This row needs a 6. We know it's over there. And we need the other of 3 and 4. So I know one of these two cells is a 3, I guess, for the row. And then the 5 for the row, who knows? The 5 for the row could go in a couple places. See. Where are we sparking joy next? I guess I know that this is a 6 or a 7. And so that's going to at least get me a single-digit elimination. Because it's not an 8 or a 9. So this is a 6 or a 7. So this is never a 3. So this is a 1 or a 2. It's not the most exciting deduction I've ever made, if I'm being completely honest, but it's something. Don't take this away from me. Let's see. These aren't 1 or 2. What goes wrong if this cell is 6 and this cell is 1? That seems to be... Oh, yeah, this being 6, it could even be doubled. Let's see. Okay, so Nicholas is saying just, like, think about what the options are for doubling. So this can't be a 1, 2, or 3. Okay, let's just pencil mark the cells in this box, and then let's think about it. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, so this is always a 4, 5, or 6. That, I suspect, is going to be very relevant. Well, yes, but this is unequivocally a 4, 5, 6, regardless of whether it is. And it's never a 5, because if this was a 5, I can't double this cell and I can't double that cell. So this is unconditionally a 4 or a 6. The question is, can it be doubled? And the answer is, if it's doubled, it would have to be a double 4 with a 1 here, I think. I think doubled 4 with 1 here just barely works. But this could never be a doubled 6. Is this always a 1? This is always a 1, isn't it? Because if this is a 6, it's not doubled and this is a 1. If this is a 4... if this is a 4, then it's doubled and it's an 8. So this is a 1 or a 3, I guess, is the point. So this is always blue, regardless of what happens, once we see that this is a 4 or a 6. So this is always blue. That's our last blue for the column. That 1, 3, 4 tells me that's not a 4. It's a 5 or a 6, so we've got our favorite chocolate teapot. So now these cells are definitely high, because they're not low and they're not 5. So these are, in fact, a 7, 9 pair, and I know the order. So that's a 7, and that's a 9. Oh, it could be 4, 9. Why did I think it couldn't be 4, 9? Darn it, this could be a 1, 3, or 9. Dagnammit. Right. This could be a none doubled 4. This could be doubled. No, this can't be a none doubled 4. Because if this is a none doubled 4, I don't have a doubler in the box. Yeah, if this is... J40 has it. Saw it, I think, about the same time that I was explaining it. Yeah, this can't be a none doubled 4. Because if this is a none doubled 4, I can't put a doubler in the box. So this is not a 9. It is blue. These are orange. They are 7 and 9. I do still need a 6 in the column, but I could go there or there. I need a 9 in one of these two cells. I need an 8 in one of these two cells. Yeah, we used the 1, 3, 4 triple to color these. Oh, sorry, I undeleted my pencil mark of removing that from there. I see what Garion is pointing out. Yeah, we used that. So this is the other 5 or 6 I can fill in just for sake of that. Let's see, Medi says I can't put a 3, 8 in this box. Because you can't place a 9 at the ends of the whisper in box 1. I don't think I understand. Oh, this cell is unconditionally not a doubler now. Because it's a 5 or a 6, and we've already doubled both 5 and 6. Great spot, Ambrose. Same is true of this cell. And so one of these two actually is the doubler for the column. It's the only places that we could have a doubler for the column. This is the doubler for the box. And so it's not a 6. It is a 4. Which makes this sort of a fake high digit. These aren't doublers, because again, well, I guess it's just in the same thing. So that's a 3. Now that's a 4, because I do need a 4 in the column, and that's the only place it can go. I need a 5 for the row, so that's the 5. This is not a 5. This is a 2 or a 4. This 4 looks over here and sorts out this 5 and 4. The double digit up here is a 1 or a 3. I don't know which. And then this is the other 1, 3. This is the 1, 3 that has not yet been doubled. Let's see. Okay, so I've doubled 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I haven't doubled 9 yet. I'm not doubling 9 in this box. Where am I doubling 9? So I'm not doubling 9 in this box. So I'm either doubling 9 here or I'm doubling 9 here. Those are the only places it could be. Oh, smart point. It can't be doubled 3. Several people in chat point out, because doubled 3 is 6. That's not 5 away from 8 or 9. So this cell is not a 3. Sorry, this cell is a 3, because I have to double the 1, right? I can't double a 4 again. I have to double a 1. And so the doubled 1 is up here. One of those is a 1. Makes this a 3. Makes this a 1, 4 pair. Makes this cell a naked high, because it sees 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 8. So this is a 6 or a 7 or a 9. Let's see. What's this triple? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, and 8. That one's not an 8. So this one's always blue, I guess, is the point. One of these over here is a 3. I don't know which one. The 4 is with a 9. The 8 is with a doubled 1. Let's see. So yeah, there is a doubled 1. I should pencil mark that there's a doubled 1 up there. Oh, 4 in column 1 is blue. Thank you, Tristan. Wouldn't want to have a disaster. Actually, where is 4 in this box? 4 in this box, I suppose, is only in one of these two cells. This 4 is blue. This 4 is not blue. This 4 is deliberately not colored blue, because this 4 is high. This 6 is high, though. I will color. So I know what these are, too. I suppose I should fill those in. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 3, 6, and 7 is the answer. So one of these is a double digit that we haven't doubled yet. What digits have we not doubled yet? So we've doubled the 1, the 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. So we have not yet doubled a 2, a 3, and a 9. Is that it? Yeah, we've not doubled a 2, 3, or 9. Well, they're not 9. So one of these is a 2 or a 3 that's doubled. So either this is a doubled 2, or this is a doubled 2 or 3. This could never be a doubled 2 or 3, because if this is a doubled 2 or 3... Oh, no, it could be a doubled 3. Dagnammit. If it's a doubled 3, this could just be a 1. So, not quite, but almost. Use the 5s, Luke, I am being told. The 5 in row 9 only goes in one of these two places, and it's not that one. Because... well, that's even worse. So this is a 5, but that's terrible. So this digit is doubled. Oh, yeah, okay. No, never mind. This is not as bad as I thought it was. This is not as terrible as I was originally afraid it was. Because now, what is this? I know it's a 2 or a 3, but doubled 2 isn't 5 away from anything. So this is doubled 3, and it is next to a 1. So that's a 2. That's an 8. 8 is high. 1 is low. 5 is 5. This cell is blue, because it sees 6, 7, 8, 9. And 5, sorry. And 5 was the relevant portion of that. And so, therefore, this is the 5 for this box. This is always a 2 or a 3. But it's the 3, because this row needs a 3, and it's not going to get one anywhere else. So that's a 3. Yeah, one of these is 6 or 7, and one of them is 1 or 2. I know one of these two is 2. Okay. So I still need to double it. So I need to just refocus. I still need to double a 2 somewhere, and I need to double a 9 somewhere. So, these aren't doubled anymore. Aha! There we go. These aren't doubled anymore. So what digit am I doubling in this box? It must be the 2, because I can't double the 9 in this box. So in this box, I'm doubling the 2. Not there, I am told. And therefore, in this box, I am doubling the 9, because that is my last piece. And I actually know where, because this row needs a doubler, and this is literally the only place it can go. So this cell is a doubled 9. So these are not 9s, of course. A doubled 9 is as high as it's possible to get, so I'll go ahead and do that. So one of these is a doubled 2. If this was a doubled 2, it would need to be next to a 9, which unfortunately I don't think there's a problem with at face value. Is this the part where I read that in the rules it told me that all the doublers were on clues and I just never read that? It does not say that. But it's looking like all the doublers are going to be on clues, because I think that's going to be the doubled 2. Oh, no, sorry. This 9 is not on a line. Sorry. These are not doubled for sure. You break the whisper in box 3 if this is a 2. So if this is a 2, then that's a 9, which makes that an 8. So that would be 2, 9, 8 would be gone. So I'd need a 6 or a 7 up here, which would need to go with a 1 or a 2. Yeah, I can, oops. Sorry, I can go back and relabel these in magenta. Oh, actually, I bet this was the intended color for magenta. That's magenta ear. I think I believe Garian's point, but it feels like a long look ahead to get to that. The pink is magenta. Okay. We can go back to the pink. If we like the pink, we can do the pink. Okay. So I think we should pencil mark this cell, I think is the point. So this is a 1 or a 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, or an 8. Those are the only options for this cell. This is 1, 2, or 8. And so let's see. How easy does it become to see this, that this breaks if this is a 2? So if this is a doubled 2, then I go 2, 9, 8, which makes that a 1. That's a 4, of course. And so this is a 1. It needs to be next to a 6 or a 7. Yeah, the 8 needs a 4 next to it. I agree. Because the... So 2 here puts 9 here. Puts 8 here. Puts... and I can't put 4 here, so it puts 1 here. And so the point is now all of these are gone. That's horrible. But I like it. And it's not... It's bad. I was going to say it's not that bad, but it's bad. But this can't be the 2 because of that puts too many 1, 2, 8s in the row is the punchline. So this is the doubled 2. All right, so we've got that. So that tells me this whole business, because now that's not the doubled 1. This is the doubled 1. So that's the doubled 1. That's the 4. The 4 is next to the 9. It's the 8. It breaks the two doublers in the row. I don't quite follow, but now we have gone too far. This is a 2, so this is a 1. So now this is the 8. So this is a 6 or a 7. This is a 3 or a 4. Oh, and it's not a 4 for multiple reasons. So this is a 3. So that's the 4. This isn't a 3. So it's orange. 6 can't go next to 2. That's a good point. That's a 7 and a 6. These two digits, well, one of them's a 2, so therefore that's the 2. That's the 4. These two digits include a 2, which goes here. This is not the last puzzle. I have plenty of time to do another puzzle after this. On my schedule. So this is a 7. This is not a 7. Alrighty. This is 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, 9. So 7 is what goes here. Let's see. These digits are a 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So these aren't 2, so this is 2. These are 4 or 8. So these are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No, not 5. 6, 7, 8, 9. That one's not a 6. That one's not a 1. That one's not a 9. These two cells, one of them is a 1, so that's the one that's the 1 for sure. And so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is the 6. That has told me that this cell is a 3. These two cells come from 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. It's not 6. That one's not 7. They're definitely orange. The top row I probably should have filled in ages ago now that I look at it. So we've got... so the only high digit that remains is a 4, which has to go with it. Sorry, the only low digit that remains is a 4, so it has to go with a 9. So this is a 4, 9, and we know the order. So that's the 4, that's the 9. Oops. And then I filled it in the opposite way. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, this is just the 5. Boring old 5. 9 looks down, makes that a 6. Makes this a 1. The 4 makes this an 8. And this a 4. And this a 9. The 6 looks up and makes this an 8 and a 7, and an 8 and a 7. The 7 looks over and makes that a 6, and this a 7. Let's see, and so I've got to decide, do I grant this orangeness? I think I grant this 4 orangeness and this 3 orangeness. This 2 is still low, even when it's doubled. This column, 2, 3, 4, 5. This column is missing a 6. This column is missing a 1. And the bet cell is 3. Congratulations, Bremster. Oh no, I did it wrong. The betting tree confused me. Congratulations on getting the bet cell from me and from Zach. You got the betting tree correct. Most excellent. Alrighty, that was a delightful puzzle. I greatly enjoyed that. That's certainly the longest and most difficult doubler puzzle I've done so far, but was very cool. Lots of neat stuff, and all the doublers were well used. Yeah, great puzzle. I really enjoyed that. I'm going to take a real quick break, and then I will come back and I will do more puzzles, so fear not. welcome back. I've been talking about doing this puzzle for what feels like ages, but we now are back, and we get to do Smashboy. So this is a math pesto puzzle, and so there's a math pesto puzzle where every row and column we need to place the digits 0 through 7, funnily enough. I think the last math pesto puzzle we did also involved adding zeros. And every cell belongs to a Tetris piece. So a 4-cell region, something like that, or like that, or like that, whatever. The various types, you know what they are. No two regions of the same shape, including rotations and reflections, share an edge. So I can't do that, for example. That would be illegal. And even if you're used to the idea that in Tetris, this piece is fundamentally different from this piece, there is no chirality in this puzzle. They are considered the same for purposes of this puzzle. All right. I think I'm going to turn off the border labels because they look distracting with the other things. Where is it? Show row column labels. There we go. Okay. Remind me to turn that back on later. Okay. Digits may not repeat within a tetromino. Clues in the top left corner of a cell give the sum of the digits in that cell's tetromino. These clues appear in the uppermost row of that region. Okay, so the fact that they appear in the uppermost row means we're going to do this. Do you have a good betting tree, Math Pesto? Would you like to suggest a betting tree while I go through and mark in the things that I think I know? Say row 1, column 6. Row 1, column 6 for the betting tree. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There we go. There is the betting tree. So take your bet on what it is. And while you do that, I'm going to box in the top of every tetromino because they say the clue appears in the top row of every shape. So the shapes can never go up. That is not allowed. All right, so we've got all of these things, I believe. So now, this one, I note, has to come out. So we have a tetromino going that way. And so that extends, because again, this still has to be in the top row. This needs to get out, but I don't quite know. This could escape. That's a little weird. I know this. So this has to take the cell to its right. What if this region doesn't take the cell to its right? Well, then it has to take that cell and that cell. It now can't take this cell, so it then has to take that cell, but now it's isolated this. And they can't possibly be the same, because notice a region could have more than one clue, but they can only have more than one clue if those clues aren't mutually contradictory. So these are always, we'll make this the green region, or the green tetromino, because of that, because it's got a tree. So, interesting. That's right. I remember that whole thing with the Jeopardy business. So these are all different. And they need to, in total, absorb 12 cells. So that means that actually, let's just look at these two. These two need to absorb 8 cells. And so, actually, these are the only cells that can possibly be absorbed by this cell or this cell. I can't do anything else. So these two together encompass this, which means that I can brick off this region like this, which then means that the 7 region has to be an I pentomino like that, because it's not allowed to go up and it's not allowed to go right. So we have, let's make that a blue down here. Ranks Chameleon made a plugin to enable bedding tree action, and so I'm very excited by the bedding tree action. Oh, no, there are, sorry, I missed a thing that can happen, which is that this question mark can sneak that way. That's not forbidden. This question mark can sneak this way. So I guess I can just ask myself, is it possible that the 7 goes all the way this way? But it is possible that the 7 goes all the way this way. That is because of this question mark, at least not without doing something really gross. Can I figure that out? Now, this greater than 10 could be the same as the 16, because 16 is greater than 10. So I can't say a whole lot about that. These two are definitely different. These two could be the same, though. So the 7 I could fill in. I do know the digits in the 7 are 0, 1, 2, 4. So I can actually think about, is it possible that this 6 region takes a cell from the bottom row? And the answer is it could take 1, but at most 1, because 0, 1, 2, and 4 in the bottom row are here. 6 is 0, 1, 2, 3. So the 6 can do something like that, or something like that. The thing I have to avoid is the 6 doing something like that. That won't work. Yeah, I guess if the 6 takes anything in the bottom row, it takes that cell. That's the only cell in the bottom row it can take, is a different way to phrase that. Let's see. Of course, the 8 needs a 0. Oh, I need to just count zeros. Well, that's a little bit interesting, I suppose. The 3 zeros in the bottom 3 rows are in the 6, the 7, and the 8. All of those need a 0. And so there are no other zeros in the bottom 3 rows, for whatever that means. And actually, all of these need a 1 as well. So actually, the 0 and the 1 are each in these tetrominos. I don't know what that buys me, but it is a thing I am noticing. Is that we definitely need to include the 0 and the 1 in each of these. Nicholas, it does not mean that. For example, 6 is famously less than 21, so these could be cluing the same tetromino. And you may recall that Math Pesto is the person who made a chaos construction where all of the regions worked out to be 3x3 boxes, except one at the very end. So I take nothing for granted when it comes to Math Pesto puzzles. Oh, I'm missing an upper black border on here at the very least. Let's see. Medi says in order to get greater than 21, I need to do 7654. Yep, I do need to do 7654. That's a good point. So 21... Yeah, I don't know exactly what the 21 is. Actually, I guess it's going to have to be that the greater than 21 is going to have to be 7654. Those are the only digits that will work. And so those have to be those digits. Because 22 is the most I can get. Yeah, we already said 6 is 0, 1, 2, 3. I could write that in for you if you want. The 21, therefore, is 3, 5, 6, 7. Because that's 1 degree of freedom away from this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I am counting that there are at least 5 tetrominos in the bottom row here. I'm trying to see if I can prove these two have to be the same, but I don't think I'm anywhere near proving that, unfortunately. Yeah, there's always a 0 if it's going to sum to something less than 10. And the 6 and the 7 also need a 1. So yeah, the 0 and the 1 in the bottom 3 rows are eaten by the 6, the 7, and the 8. Yeah, there's got to be a nice little geometry trick here. Oh, the 16? Oh, if the 16 and the 10 are different, then this cell's always part of the 16. But if the 16 is the 10, because 16 is greater than 10, then we could get away with an I pentomino like that. Sorry, an I tetromino. L tetromino? No, I tetromino, I guess? Whatever people call this tetromino. Bye, David. Thanks for stopping by. Great having you here. So I can't quite do that. But I was noticing that this sort of forces the 16 to be the same as that. Okay, so Garion does the math for me that I was reluctant to do, which is to say, if these actually are all different, then they consume all of the cells, because that's 24 cells, which is how many there are in the bottom 3 rows. So that's plausible, but if this less than 21 is not the same as the 6, then all of these get consumed. But if these two are the same, then we have 4 segments of sort of flexibility. Actually, maybe it's not a problem. I was wondering if maybe it's actually then becomes a problem to get 4 things into the bottom. But it might not. Trying to see if there's anything I know this 8 always takes. I don't think there is. Bye, Nell. Hope you're having a good Friday. Enjoy the Bremster interview. Fascinating. Yeah, so I feel like I'm supposed to somehow prove that these two have to be the same, but I don't see how yet. Less than 9 extends to the right. Sorry, okay, so if the less than 9 didn't extend to the right... right, okay. If the less than 9 didn't extend to the right, this is Liam's point, what could it do? Could do that, but if it tries to do that, now this less than 10 is cut off. Note the less than 10 is definitely not the same as the greater than 10. So yeah, so this one goes over here. Let's make that blue. Like that. Yeah, both all zeros and all ones are gone, Nicholas. Let's see. Enjoy, Rock Rat! So, one thing I'm noticing is that this 9 can't go straight over, because if it does, it forces the green to do the same thing, and it would be the same tetromino twice. I can't repeat a tetromino. So the 9 could go 1 right, but not 2. But actually, I don't think the 9 going 1 right works either. Because what if the 9 goes 1 right? So if the 9 took this cell, let's just imagine the world where these are blue. Again, it can't take that cell, and it certainly can't take that cell because it would make the 16 unfinishable. So now these 3 cells have to get absorbed somehow, but they can't because they have to belong to the 16. But then that would be the same as the 10. So actually, I think this is big. The 9 cage can't extend right. So that is nifty. Right, okay, so now, remember, it can't go all the way left. We already went over that. So it has to take this cell, which definitionally can't be the same as any of these cages because it contains a cell above them. And so it now takes that cell, and then we get our little tea dance. Tea dance. Okay. Whatever this is, I don't know what it is, but it's not this, and it's not blue anymore. Did we rigorously prove that the less than 9 and the less than 10 aren't the same? I think... Did we? How did we prove the less than 9 and the less than 10 weren't the same? Oh, right. They can't be, because this has to be in the top row. Got it. Right. It's by the rules. So orange has to come down. That's the whole reason I gave it a color. So yeah, so orange goes down. That bar continues there. Wait, no, sorry. I don't know that. I don't know why I just filled that in at random. Don't look at me. The greater than 10 always comes out. Because it is not the same as the less than 10. The question is whether the greater than 10 can be the 16 or not, which I don't think we know. let's see. If the greater than 10 is not the 16, then the 16's shape is forced. Okay, so I think Garion has a smart way to look at this, which is to say this is never green. So this is always something. I don't know what, but it's always something. And once I know that this is a tetromino, it always takes at least those. And then it can't be part of that, and it can't be part of that. And now this is a new tetromino, so it's going to come down at least that far. This is a new tetromino, so it's going to come down at least that far. Less than 16 and less than 19 can't be the same region because they start in different rows. Okay, so if purple takes this cell, this is Liam's point. If purple takes this cell, now what is this green doing? Well, now this green is coming here, and it's either going left or going right. But that has made both green and purple L's, and green and purple aren't allowed to touch if they're both L's. So that forces purple back up, which gives us this shape, which then forces green left, which then gives us this shape. So that's great. These two I know are different because if they became the same, they would be too big. So this cell always belongs to the 21. So let's mark that. These always go together. If these didn't go together, then this region and this region would have to grow separately. So this would go down, and that would force this down. But that would now force this into an L shape, which would cut off the 10, which does not work. So these two are part of the same who's a what's it. Let's see. Oh, right. Garion points out if green goes this way... Wait, why can't green go... Oh, right. If green... Sorry. Garion points out green can't not take this cell. If green doesn't take this cell, then green has this S shape. That's the right way to say it. Okay. So green always takes this cell. But now it can't take that cell, because if it did take this cell, it would have a T shape, and it definitely touches blue. Now, if this is not green, it had better be red, because if it's not red, then it's something else, which is then forced to do this, and it traps red, so that's red. Red touches an S, so this can't be S-shaped. This is T-shaped as well. So that is the red one. This now has to be something, and it's completely trapped in, so it has to be green. Just like that, suddenly things are thinging. So I know there's a 1 up here, because this less than 9 needs a 1. And the less than 10 needs a 1, and I know where it goes, and we're going to get a digit. Because the less than 10 needs a 1, and it can't go straight down to row 4, but it can't get a 1 from row 2 or row 3, because the 1 in row 2 is here, and the 1 in row 3 is there, so it has to get the 1 in row 1. And so this cage, or this tetromino, gets its 1 here, and we get to bring in Zach to do his little 1 dance. Ba-boo! Ba-boo! Ba-da-boo! Ba-boo! 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 Thank you, Zach. Thank you very much. Much appreciated. So we have our digit. Oh no, it can be 0, 2, 3, 4. Oh no. Oh no. We unhave a digit. Oh no. I even thought about that for here and was like, oh no, less than 9 is fine, but no, less than 9 needs a 1. Less than 10 doesn't. Okay. Okay, so Garian's point is, if we look at the bottom 3 rows, there's 2 possibilities, because there are 6 clued tetrominos here, but they could overlap. But the only possible overlap is between these 2. And so if these 2 are different, then all 6 are different, and I need all 24 cells in here, and so there's a hard line across here. Otherwise, these 2 are the same. But then what tetromino does this belong to? And the answer is... But it belongs to a new tetromino. It doesn't belong to that one, or 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 that one. This belongs to a new tetromino. But this tetromino also cannot break this line, just because it's only 4 cells long, so the biggest it could do is something like that. And so Garian's point is actually, I don't need to know anything about anything other than that to know that there is a hard boundary here. So we actually get a boundary between the top part of the grid and the bottom part of the grid. Very cool, Garian. So I think the world breaks if yellow takes this cell. Yeah. If yellow takes... Oh, no, not quite. If yellow takes this cell, then the yellow could still be a square. Darn. Let's see. Yellow always takes row 2, column 1. If row 2, column 1 is not yellow, then yellow takes this cell, and so this goes down, and so then yellow goes down like that, which then forces orange to go down 1, and then orange either becomes an L or an I, both of which break. Yeah, that's true. I agree with at 11. I don't think it's a very nice proof, but it's a proof. This is always yellow. And so we remember that we know that these are 3, 5, 6, 7, just so that we can figure this out. I suppose Chameleon is correct that I could phrase the thing that I proved out loud as saying that if it took this cell, it always took that cell, which is sort of equivalent to the deduction that this cell is always yellow. I turned them off because they were distracting ranks, but I think now that I have the hard border in, it might look better if I can find them. There we go. It looked really messy next to all the numbers. But I think now it looks better because I think now the border separates them. This 8 assuredly has to take this cell. If the 8 doesn't take this cell, then this is part of a region which has to go down, which then is going to force the 8 down, which is then going to force this region down, which is then going to force the 8 down, and then the 8's going to break. So the 8 always takes that cell. And probably the same thing's going to happen here. If blue doesn't take this cell, then there's going to be some other region here, which is going to force blue to take that cell, and that's not going to work. So that's always blue. And now blue can't take this cell because it would be an L. So blue's only choice to take is this cell. So that's going to force the shape of blue. Now, oops, did not mean to do that. Now this thing, whatever it is, it's going to come out at least to here. And so it's either going to turn up or keep going left. I think this is an S. I believe. So the thing is, if this is not green, what does it have to do? If this shape is not green, oh no, if this shape is not green, it could do that. It could L, and then this could I. Okay. So yeah, I think it's still possible that this is not part of the green region, that actually that's the green region. I do know there's a 1 in this cage, so I can mark the 1 there for whatever that is worth, sudokologically. So the same shape can have multiple clues. Does the question mark always take this cell? Because what if the question mark tries not to take this cell? Then what happens? The question mark can take that cell. It certainly can't take this one, so it could take the one below it. Couldn't take that one. Oh, but it being an L would be okay, because the less than 19 could be a square. Never mind. Let's see. Gary wants us to look at what happens to the greater than 21 clue if this is not green. So if this is not green, then all of that is green. And then this has to take this shape. It's forced. Okay. Yes, I did not look ahead far enough. So Garian's point is that if this isn't green, then green looks like this. This region now, in order to avoid being an eye touching an eye, has to look like this. But now this region can't get to 4 cells. So this cell is green. We will purplify this region, because now this region is just forced to look like that. So these digits are 3, 5, 6, 7. That's not a 5. Okay, so this cell can't be yellow, because if this cell is yellow... Oh no, if that cell's yellow, that's okay, because yellow could be a T. Yellow can be a T. Well, whatever this is, it's part of something. Smart point from Garion. What I should have been trying to say is yellow always takes this cell. Because if yellow doesn't take this cell, then yellow gets forced into that shape, but that's problematic in all sorts of ways. So this is always yellow. This is always a 4, 5, 6, or 7. And then it's either an S or a T. That is the smart way to think about it. Thank you, Garion. Let's see. Yeah, if this doesn't take that cell, that's going to be a huge problem, I think. If this doesn't take this cell, then it's forced over and forced over. And now this region is forced to be an I. And now what is this going to be? It can't be the question mark, but it can't go up or take anything. So yeah, this 19 always takes that cell. Let's do another red. So the 19 always takes that cell. Now, we have to make sure we don't make an L. So we can't take those two or these two. Does that mean it has to be a square? Is square the only option? So yeah, I can't take these two. Yeah, if I can't take these two and I can't take these two, the only option is square. Yeah, so it takes one of these two cells. If it takes this cell, it can't take that one and has to take that one. If it takes this one, it can't take that one and has to take that one. So yes, it's a square. Which now means that I can make a new... Oh, no, I don't know if it's new, because it could be this... No, it can't be the same as the less than 10, because the less than 10 is starts in a different row. I really enjoy this puzzle, but I really don't like the multiple clues could be in a region thing. I think it's just annoying. Let's see. So purple comes out like that. So now orange is forced over. And so now yellow is forced down, orange is forced down, purple is forced down. Purple can't turn left, so because it would make an S, so purple is forced down. And now we get all of our things, and I can give this a color of blue. So we've got that. This is a 3, 5, 6, 7. Let's see. Oh, yeah, 3, 5, 6, 7 quadruple. Good point. Very strange, but it's true. There's a 3, 5, 6, 7 quadruple, so these must be 0, 1, 2, 4. Let's see. Mehdi says this can't be a T. What goes wrong in the world where this is a T? I do not know. The other one. There's not... Is there another greater than 20? I don't think there is. Am I supposed to know if this is 1, 2, 5 or 1, 3, 4 along with a 0? Oh, he said less than 21. Okay, well, this is never part of a square. It's never part of an L. It's never part of an I. Okay, so how many tetromino types are there? So this, just thinking about what this can be, it can't be a square because it's always touching a square. It's also touching an L. If it's an I, it immediately breaks because... Oh, wait, no, if it's an I... No, it being an I is okay. Sorry, it could be an I, because remember, these two could be the same. In which case, then that makes this an S, and that an L, and that actually all looks very reasonable. So this less than 21 could be an I, and I think it could maybe be a very specific kind of S. Maybe it can't be, because I think it's... Oh, yeah, okay, so this could be a T with this being an S, and that being a T, and that works too. Okay, so we've got a few ways to make the geometry down south work. So one thing I'm thinking about is whether there can be any 3s in the 10 cage, because I think the answer is no. Because the 6 definitely needs a 3. And unless the 6 gets its 3 from in column 3 somehow, which I don't think is possible. Yeah, if the 6 gets its 3 in column 3, we're sunk. So the 6 gets its 3 in the first 2 columns, and the 21 gets its 3 in the first 2 columns. So there's no 3 in the 10 cage. So if you look at the digits that this can be 0, 1, 2, 4, 5, say. These digits add to... Sorry, my brain suddenly went blank. These digits add to... Whatever. Could this be a 6, by the way? Could there be a 6? If there was a 6 in here, I would need 3 digits that add to 4. I can't have 3 digits that add to 4. Because there's no 3. So there's no 6. But unfortunately, there could be a 7, because it could be 0, 1, 2, 7, which is annoying. So I don't think I can quite do this. Let's see what Garion says. Horizontal 6 with 0, 1, 2, 3 breaks the 8. So Garion is just proving that this can't be an I. And so if this were an I, it would sum to 6. So it would be 0, 1, 2, 3. And then these would be minimum 4, 5. And then that would break the 8. Okay, agree. So the 21 is not an I, an L, a square. So it must be an S. I think that's the only thing left that it could be. And so its Ssiness can't take this cell. Because if its Ssiness took this cell, then in order to be an S, it would look like this, which would also make this an S. So this needs to take 2 cells in its row, but it's not that one, so it's that one. Oh, it could be T. That's very possible. I thought I had missed everything. It can't be T like that. It can't be T like that either. Every T-shape makes a second T-shape. We may or may not have done that earlier, but I think you can pretty quickly convince yourself that there's no T-shape here that doesn't make another T-shape. So I think I stand by the fact that my S involves these 2 cells. So this cell is not orange. If it's part of a region that's not yellow, that's a huge problem, so it is yellow. So now this is part of something, and the something is going to have to be orange, because if the something's not orange, this is going to be an I. So these two are orange. And red needs to get a color. The 6 gauge needs a color. It can get that color. Okay. So that's going to get us a real digit. Namely, this is going to be a 3. We will get a real digit dance now. So we will do the 3 dance this time. Thank you, Zach. Thank you. So that's great. Potentially. This is a 0, 1, or 2. Sorry. 3 up here places another 3, as we sort of foreshadowed previously. One of these digits is definitely a 4, because the column needs a 4. So this is a 4 and 3 digits that add to 6, but don't include a 3. So there's definitely a 0 in here. I should point that out first. Because if there's no 0 in here, it needs to be 1, 2, 3, 4. So there's a 4 and a 0, and 2 digits that add to 6. So it's got to be a 4, a 0, and a 1, and a 5. So no 2 in particular. That's the only way that this works. And that's not the 5, so that is the 5. And I know this isn't the 4. In order to make that work. Now, there's a Jovi wing on zeros, meaning that the zeros in the first 2 columns are here, but this needs a 0. So there's a 0 up in one of these 2 cells, for sure. So this isn't a 0. Let's see. There's a Jovi wing on 1s, but it doesn't do anything. Because I don't know that there needs to be a 1 in the less than 10, unfortunately. Row 7, column 3 is not a 2. Because it's a sum of 4 digits, Garion? And if it was a sum of less of 4 non-zero digits, it would be at least 10? Perhaps you're missing the rule that digits can't repeat within tetrominos. Less than 10 doesn't need a 1. I earlier argued that less than 10 needed a 1, and then chat yelled at me and told me that that's not true, because it could be 0, 2, 3, 4. So I stand corrected about the nature of 1s. Let's see. Okay, these 3 need to add to 16. Well, none of them are 0, I can tell you that much at least. Row 6, column 2 must be a 6 or a 7. Okay, that's the point, is to ask where are 6 and 7 in this column. And the answer is they can't both be up here. So 6 and 7 in column 2 have to be separated. So one of them is here, but one of these is a 6 or a 7. In fact, actually, can I put a 7 in here at all? I can't put a 7 in here at all. Because if I put a 7 in here, the smallest I could do is 0, 1, 2, and that's not less than 10. So actually, that is a 7. And so there's a 6 in here. And so in order to stay less than 10, this has to be 0, 1, 2, 6. Now, the 6 is over here, so these aren't the 6. This is a 0, 1, 2, 6 quad, so this is a 4. That gives me a 0, 1, 2 trip in this column. So these are at least 3 and 4, but I don't know if that's even worth thinking about. Yeah, these aren't 0, 1, 2 either. I guess I know one of these is a 7, I guess. These I know aren't a 7. Ah, right. This needed a 7, this whole shape, because this 7 had to be, or this shape had to be 4, 5, 6, 7. So that's a 7. Let's see. Okay, so these are a 4, 5, 6 triple. And so because those are a 4, 5, 6 triple, I can fill in the rest of the row. The rest of the row is 0, 1, 2, 3. So this digit's not a 0, 1, or 2, so it is a 3. These aren't 3. That one's not 1, I'm being told by familiar sources. Let's see. If this were 0, 1, 2, 5, the 5 would go there. And this would be a 0, 1, or a 2. That seems okay, unfortunately. I can't put a 6 in here, so there's definitely a 6 in one of these two cells for row 7. Because the 6 can't be there and can't be there. And so now these sum to 16. The other digit I put with them has to be 0, 1, 2, 3, or 4. It can't be a 5. Right, okay. So I can't put the 5 in this row here. I can't put the 5 in this row here. Therefore, I have to put the 5 in this row here exactly. And so therefore, this is a 0, 1, 2, 5 8 cage. That gives me the 0, 1, 2 triple in the row that I've always wanted. So that makes these a 3, 4, 6. These can't be 3, so that is 3. These are a 4, 6 pair. This I'm being told is not 5. So now we can go back to the much, much, much earlier argument that there's a 1 in one of these. And I now know there's a 1 in here because I know that this is this tetromino is now a 0, 1, 2, 6, which we got because we knew there had to be a 6 in it. So there has to be a 1 in here somewhere, but it actually can't be in column 1 and 2. And so, in fact, both 0 and 1 in column 1 and 2 are absorbed by these. So these are not 0 or 1. I did not do that right. Let's try again. These are not 0 or 1. These are a 2, 6 pair, so that's not a 2. These aren't 2. But there's a 1 looking across here, making that a 0 and that a 1. As we tried to do much earlier, but then there were some protestations. So these are a 0, 1 pair over here. So we're in moderately good company, I would say. Let's see. Okay, so this less than 9 needs a 0, so that's the 0. So that's a 1. Sorry, so that's a 1 and a 0. That's not a 1 anymore. Let's see. So these cells, if I just summed them all, that would be 13, 14. And what's the sum of a row in this puzzle? The sum of a row in this puzzle is 28. And these sum to at least 14. I guess that's not exciting. That's just saying these two sum to at most 14, but that's true of literally any two cells in the grid. The pine tree is the betting cell. So people took a guess as to what this is. You can still guess if you want as to what digit will be here at the end of the puzzle when the puzzle is complete. That is the purpose of the betting tree. The most sacred of trees. So no 0, 1 here, or here, or here, or here for 0 at least. So my zeros live over here somewhere. Purple is not green, I am being told. Let's see. What are the ways to make question mark in 4, including a 5? That seems like a relevant question. Column 3 only has one place for the 5. Oh, that's interesting. Yep, that's a great spot. These can't be 5. That's already marked to not be 5, so that's a 5. It's cruel and unusual, but great spot. So now where's the 5 going to go in this column? Is that what we're going to do? Could be there or there. Or there, maybe? Okay, maybe there's more options. I can fill in what these digits are, or at least could be. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 is the answer. Yes, the 1 pencil mark is because if I don't use a 1, then I get to a minimum of 9. Let's see. Isabella says this has to sum to exactly 11 because the outies can't sum to more than 13. Am I saying somehow I know this isn't 6, 7 or something like that? Let's see. Less than 16. I hate when I ask questions like, where do 6 and 7 go in row 2? And the answer is, basically anywhere, whatever makes you feel right. So I have at least a 1 and a 2 in here, so I can't have a 6 or a 7 in here. So it is true I can put neither 6 nor 7 in here. $16 purple S. Where was Todd's point about 16 purple S? There's a 7 in here. Is that the point? Why is there a 7? I think I missed some important bit there. let's see. If there's a 5 in here, it needs to be a 5, 1, 2 triple. And that will force a 3, 4 in the purple 16 cage. And 3, 4, 1 would require an 8. So yeah, so I guess the point is I can't put both 3 and 4 here, so I need to put one of 3 and 4 in here. Ugh, that's a mess. Okay, so there's no 5 in here. And so we already said there's no 6. So therefore, if there's no 5, this is, I guess this is just from 1, 2, 3, 4. This one's not 1. This one's not 3. And so right. And there's a 5 here that is somewhat hidden, but these can't be 5. So the only place for 5 in the row is here. Well spotted. So if this was a 2, then these would be a 6, 7. These are a 6, 7, 1. 6, 7, and 1 would be 14, and that would be a 2. That's unfortunately okay. As is so often the case with these kinds of puzzles, I really liked the first half of this puzzle. I really liked the first half of this puzzle, A Chaos Construction Story. There we go. That will be the name of my autobiography. Let's see. 6 is placed in the less than 10 cage. So it always has a 6 in it. Are we talking about this marked 2-6 pair, or is there a less than 10 cage I'm not seeing? So what about the 6 in this cage? What am I missing? I'm not putting these pieces together correctly. The 16 cage is forced. Oh, okay. So just in terms of the total, it's forced. So could it have a 0? It could be 0. No, it can't be 0, 7, 8. There's no 8s in the puzzle. So it can't have a 0 in it. 0 is too small. It can't have a 1 in it. Because 1 is just sudoku to out. I guess it already has a 1 in it. So I need my 3 things to sum to 15, but they're all bigger than 1. The can't have a 5 either. So what is the minimum that this could be? This could be 2, 3, 4. It can't be 5. It could be 6. Oh, but I know there's a 7 down here is the point. There's definitely a 7 because this row needs a 7 and it's not going anywhere else. So the 7 and the 1 add to 8, and then I need 2 other digits that add to 8. And so because this can't have a 5 in it, it can't have a 3 in it either. And 4 is not going to work either. So this is going to be 2, 6, 7. That's the long and the short version of that. So the point is, there's a 7 in the 16 cage, which means I have 2 digits, the 1 and the 7 that add to 8. The other 2 need to add to 8. And then you just look at the 5s and you see, okay, this has to be a 2, 6, 7, and I know the 7's not there. That knocks 2 out of all of these cells. So we get that much. That's a 2, 6, 7 triple in this column, so there's no 2 over there. So that's the 2. So that's not the 2. There's a 0, 1 pair in the row, so that's the 2. So these digits are a 4 and a something. 4 and a 3, right? I think these are a 3 and a 4. Yep, they are a 3 and a 4. And where did 3 and a 4 go in column 7 now? 3 and 4 in column 7 now only go in these two cells. So those are a 3 and a 4. That's not a 2. This isn't a 3, so it is a 4 and a 3. And so this digit is known. It's a 0, meaning that's not a 0. It does exactly sum to question mark. Let's see. Yeah, I know one of these two is 0. One of those is 0. Yes, Ranks keeps wanting to do math for this cell, but then you run into a small problem with doing math for that cell. Very understandably. Let's see. So I believe we now know what our betting tree is. Because if you look for places for 0 in row 1, the only place that 0 can go is in the betting tree. So apologies for revealing the betting tree somewhat early, but we have gotten the betting tree to be a 0. So let's write in what digits are remaining in this column. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. Okay, there's definitely a 7 in here. Why is that so many digits? Okay, there's definitely a 7 in here. Oops. No, that's not what I wanted. There's definitely a 7 and a 3. So the other two digits in here need to add up to at most 5. And so there's no way there's a 6 in here. Because 6 and 7 and 3 is already too many. That's already 16. So the 6 in the column is actually here. For whatever good that's going to do us. So 3 and 7, again, I need to add up. The rest need to add up to at most 5. Oh, good point. There's also a 2 in here. From Admiral Malcor notices. There's also a 2, because the 2 is not there. So there's also a 2. So there's a 2 and a 7 and a 3. Those add up to 12. So I can't put a 4, or I would get to 16. So these are a 1, 2, 7. That is the 4, and the 3, and the 1. Beautifully. 2, 6, 7 triple now, meaning that this is a 3 or a 4 for the row. Yeah, one of those is the 7. Who knows which? These digits are, let's see, we've got a 0, 1, we need a 2, we've got a 3 and a 4, we need a 5, a 6, and a 7. That one's not a 7. Bye, Math Pesto! Thanks for another cool puzzle. Always appreciated. I'm glad I finally got to do this one. This one has been taunting me for a long time. Let's see. And now, no matter what I do, this is going to be greater than 10. So the greater than 10 clue is no longer relevant. Okay, let's see. So Martin is suggesting I look at 4s in here. So there's 1 4, and there's another 4. Do I know something about there being a 4 in this question mark? I don't think I do. Is there another 4 that I know about? There probably is, but I don't see it. Let's see. Yeah, the sneaking off down there is really, really unfortunate. Yeah, there are 2 Martins. It's funny, I've had 2 Martins solving my puzzles on LMD lately that have very similar but distinct names, and I wonder if the 2 Martins know about each other, because they seem to be solving the same puzzles, but like a few days off. I'm very intrigued by the mysterious Martins who have been solving my puzzles. I really enjoy, by the way, that LMD like sends me a little email whenever someone does one of my puzzles. It's cool to like think about them and know that people are still enjoying them. Yeah, this is greater than 10, which it's always going to be. Let's see. Yeah, I know one of these 2 is a 0. Okay, so Gary in here is saying there's no 0 or 1 in the less than 19 cage. And so if I don't use a 2, then the minimum this would be 3, 4. I can't use a 5 either, so I'd have to use 6 and 7. And 3, 4, 6, and 7 is 20. And that is too many. And so as a result, there needs to be a 2 in here. I don't know where it is, but there needs to be one. In fact, actually, just look at these 2 rows. Actually, in these 2 rows, I need to put 2 2s. Where do they go? One of them has to go here just by Sudoku, and the other has to go here, because I need 2 2s. So this is a 7. So I think we could have done that Sudoku-wise, and it might have given us more. But we got there, so great spot. Not a 7. Okay, and so then we look at 6s in here, and so the 6s also need to live there. I need 2 7s in these rows as well. And so the 2 7s in these rows, there are no 7s, right? I'm not crazy. The 2 7s need to be in these cells as well, right? So that's 2 7s. Those aren't 7. So 3 of the digits are 2, 6, and 7, which is 15. And so if 3 of the digits are 2, 6, and 7, what's the other one? So 2, 6, and 7 are 15, and I need to add to it most 18. So it's a 0, a 1, a 2, or a 3. Well, I've already used the 2. 0 and 1 are straight out because I can't put a 0 or 1 in this cage. So it must be a 3. So this cage needs to have a 3 in it, and it's placed there. So that's a 3. This is a 2, 6, 7. These aren't the 7, so that's the 7. That's the 4 and the 3 and the 4 and the 1 and the 0 and the 4. Notably, when you type a 0, it doesn't rule 0 out of the square, apparently. Rules of Sudoku for zeros that I was not aware of. 4 there, 5 and 4. And 6 and 4. Wait, now that time it did. Oh, it didn't roll it out because it was in the tetromino, and the software didn't understand the rule about the tetrominos, for obvious reasons. I understand now. I thought it was something weird about 0, but it was not something weird about 0. So this is a 6. This is a 7. This is a 2. This is a 5. Let's see. So this is now a 7 and a 2 and a 6. and a 7, and a 6. And there we go. Nice puzzle. Especially I really liked the geometry part. Especially the sort of like pentominous puzzle, except with the except instead of pentominous, it's 4x4, or sorry, it's tetrominos instead of pentominos. That part is very cool, and there is some interesting Sudoku stuff going on in there as well. I really enjoyed that. Let's see, where else? I feel like I was gonna say something, but then I lost track of it. Oh yes, and the betting tree, by the way, the betting tree was a 0. So congratulations to those of you who bet that the betting tree would be a 0. I know that whenever 0 is an option, it's always a very popular bet. So probably the house loses money every time the betting tree works out to be a 0. But excellent puzzle. I enjoy it. Yeah, so there's a sequel already. I'm looking forward to doing the sequel later. Probably will be after next stream that I do it. So someone was suggesting I can do Super Smash Boy next stream. Probably before I do Super Smash Boy, I want to do the Negator Arrow puzzle that Math Pesto set. Math Pesto has been on fire lately with puzzles that people recommend to me to do. So I am happy to do them, but I try and also do other puzzles. Math Pesto is really a victim of their own success in that way, but who knows? Maybe they'll have to be. I've been teasing. Maybe there'll just have to be a Math Pesto stream where I just do puzzles, because I do many Math Pesto puzzles, but there are still so many more that I want to do. But these things happen. All right, I'm going to take a real quick break and be right back with another puzzle. So I will see you all shortly. welcome back. I was feeling a bit peckish, so we're going to do this this sandwich Sudoku next. So this is by Tallcat. By the way, I should announce that there's an upcoming co-solving stream between Tallcat and I. We have agreed that we're going to do it. We have not agreed on the exact date as of yet, so there's more details to come. But if you enjoy seeing Tallcat and I get drunk and complain, you will see much of that, perhaps with some cursing, in a future stream. You'll have to listen for details. All right. So, what are the rules of this puzzle? Here's again one where I kind of want to turn off the row column labels because they look ugly. So the rules of this puzzle are that it is a sandwich. Hey, Melissa, welcome. It is a sandwich puzzle, which means the clues on the outside give the sum of the digits between the 1 and the 9. So, for example, if I put a 1 here and a 9 here, we're going to put a betting tree here, by the way, while we're putting down the betting trees. Wherever the 1 and the 9 are in the column, it gives you the sum of the digits. So it'd be saying these three digits sum to 18. So, for example, they could be 7, 3, and 8, and this would make me a juicy sandwich. And there we go. I just promised everyone that we would be doing a collab stream, Tallcat, so now people will be excited about it. These are between lines, and so between lines are these things where the circles have to bound. If you would like to move the tree to a better place, Tallcat, do you have a better place while I explain what a between line is? If this is a 3 and a 7, those have to bound the digits in between, so these would have to all be from 4, 5, 6. That is how between lines work. Okay. Now, it is traditional that when solving sandwich Sudoku puzzles, one is meant to color the grid. You know, I am always reluctant to do that, but it is a tradition that I must indulge in this particular instance. And so the way you color is that you identify the 1s and 9s in some specific color, so it'll be purple, and then we'll identify the non-1s and 9s by sort of graying them out. So the reason I believe why Tallcat set this puzzle is because it is a well-known fact that it is not possible to put 1s and 9s on between lines. Okay, I'm being told to redirect the betting tree here. So again, if you're not familiar with the betting tree tradition, you can guess now what this digit will be once the grid is filled in, and if you're right, you win bragging rights for everyone. Oh no, I get the wrong place. Try again. That row 6, column 2. Okay, so if you would like to revise your bet based on that, then have at it. Okay. So that's already pretty interesting for this and this as go these things. Because if you think about it, and I know this because I've been playing a lot of Sumaddle lately. Has anyone in chat been playing Sumaddle, by the way? Or am I the only one? But I have been playing a lot of Sumaddle on my phone, which is like Sandwich Sudoku, but they fixed the thing that's wrong with Sandwich Sudoku. But I can't put both crusts over here, and I can't put both crusts over here. So I have to put a crust on either side. Now, what if I put a crust here? If I put a crust here, this is at least 4 cells that are being summed. But 4 cells being summed would sum to at least 2, 3, 4, 5, would sum to at least 2, 3, 4, 5, which is 14. So I actually can't put my crust any further apart than that. And actually, that's even more true up here. And so we get these things have here. It is a free iOS app. I don't know if it has any other forms. It is the signature Tallcat between line shape. Yeah, the shape that has the storied history of our bromance or whatever through these lines. All right, so we've got some 1/9s in the grid. Okay, and so the thing that these being 1/9s do is tell me that these aren't 1/9s either. So these can't include a 2. So these are at least, so let's do this one first. These can't include a 2, because if I include a 2, I need to put a 1 in a circle, and I can't. So because this can't have a 2, it now has to be 3, 4, 5. That's now the minimum it can be. And this one has to be 3, 4, 6 for the same reason. It's 1 more than the minimum that it can be. Now, because there's a 3 on each of these lines, that means we get a little X-wing on 2s, which is apparently Tallcat's thing lately, is putting X-wings on digits into his puzzles, as that was a central theme in the last puzzle of Tallcat's that we did. So one of these is a 2, and the other is a 6, 7, or an 8. And here it is 2 and just 7, 8. This is the Say Cheese was the follow-up after you saw how much you enjoyed X-Wings in this one. That makes sense. All right. So interestingly, these can't be these now can't be even 2 because of the X-Wing. So these are each at least 3. And so because these are at least 3, that means the digits on this line are all at least 4. But they can't be as high as 8 because there's no 9, because these rule 9 out of both of these cells. So these are only from 4, 5, 6, 7, funnily enough. Let's see. What else do I like here? I could fill in, let's see, I could say that there's a 5 over here by Sudoku. I could fill in the quad. People like it when I fill in quads. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. These are 2, 6, 7, 8. Well, at least Nicholas likes it when I fill in quads. I am fairly confident. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay. 2, 5, 7, 8. Let's see. See, I'm tempted to look at this 18, but Tallcat told me to put the betting tree there, so I don't think it's worth looking at. Let's see. Well, I certainly can't have both of these be, I can't have both of these be crust, and I can't have both of these be crust. Oh, hey, look at box 6. That's a good point. That's slick. Okay. Box 6 has forced both 1 and 9 to be in this column, which now means that there are no 1s and 9s in these cells, which now means that this is a 1, 9. This is now not 5. I definitely am going to indulge myself in coloring the 1, 9s. So we can have the blue 1, 9 and the purple 1, 9. Now that we have this this whole array. So now I can't put 2 on... No, now I can't put 3 on... No, I can't put 2 on this line anymore. Because now there's no 1 out here, and I can't put 8 on it either. I know one of these two is the blue 1, 9. I don't know which right one. Right. And so the 2 here... So the 2 here, X-Wing, rules 2 out of here. The fact that these aren't 1 rules 2 out of here. So there's a 2 in here along with a 1 and 9. So these are a 1, 2, 9. And now these two can't have Now this is similar, I think, to what happened in Fishy, which is like the back when I was setting with between lines this shape, was the between line 159 puzzle I set. This feels familiar. Okay, so I can't put 3s here because I would need a 1 or a 2 in the circles, and I can't have it. So there is a 3 over here, for whatever that is worth. And likewise, same with 8. 8 can't go over here, so the 8's over here, which rules 8 out of both of these cells, because the 8 is over on this side. So now... Oh, that didn't do much. That didn't do anything over here. So there needs to be... Oh, there is this given 5, which someone has camouflaged in gray. We can't really specify who, but that 5 tells us that actually this is a 3, 5, 8. Thank you, Carrion. And so this is a 4, 5, 6, 7. These are 4, 6, and 7. So this isn't 6 or 7. That's not 7. That gives me a 2, 8 pair. So these are the blue 1, 9, and 3? Yes, these are the blue 1, 9, and 3 over here. One of these must be 3 because it can't be 1 or 2. And then one of them is 8 because I needed a digit bigger than 7 and it can't be 9. So these are a 3, 8 pair exactly in order to bound that. So all of that is good. I am being told that somehow we know the order. Seems like the kind of thing that I would believe. Ah, yes, because where is the 3 in column 9? The 3 in column 9 is down here. And so because the 3 in column 9 is down there, this can't be the 3. So this is the 8. And we get to do the 8 dance. Woohoo! Woohoo! Boo! 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 Whip! 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 Wah! Thank you, Zach. Thank you. And that is going to be pretty generous because it's going to give us that 2 and that 8. And that 2 is going to resolve the X-wing on 2, so that's going to be a 7. So that's going to be a 2. That's going to be a 2. This is not going to be a 2 anymore. This is not going to be a 2, 7, or 8, so it's going to be a 5. This is not going to be a 2 or 8, apparently. These aren't going to be 8, apparently. These 2 cells are actually known. Let's see, because I've got a 1, 3, 9 triple. So 1, 2, 3, there are 4, and a 6. So that gives me a 4, 6 pair over here. Because I need to put a 4 and a 6 in this box, and I can't put it in a row with a 3, 4, 6 or in a row with a 4, 6. So now these 3 digits are known. They are, of course, there's a 1, 9, a 3, and a 2. No, not a 2. 4, and a 5. There we go. There are 1... But the 3 in this box is definitely down here. So because there's a 3 down here in this box, this isn't the 3 over here. So this is the blue 1, 9. And this is the 3, which is gray. I enjoy Tallcat saying that's cool to his own puzzle. That is something I also often do. These are gray now. This is not 1 or 9, because it's gray. That's how being gray works. So, let's see. What say we? What is going on in this column? Is there 4, 6, and 7 is what's missing from this column? I think that's right. So I think these digits are 4, 6, 7. That one's not a 7. So those are a 4, 6. I'm being encouraged to study box 7 more carefully. But then it has been rescinded. I am apparently now not supposed to look at box 7. So let's think about this 15. How long is this 15 going to be? So if 15 is in 3, what is it? 15 in 3 is, because 3 is one of the lengths this could be. Oh no. Could be 15 in 3, I think. Because 15 in 3 would be... Sorry, I was thinking it was going to be forced, how it worked, but it is not forced. I do not believe. Let's see. I know what these digits are while I'm at it. Oh, I do know that none of these are crust, for what it's worth, because my purple 1-9 is over there. Row 5, column 7 can't be a 5. Ah, right. If this was a 5, then there would not be enough digits here, because I'd have to make all 3 of them 4, which doesn't sound great, or make all 3 of them from 6 and 7, neither of which works. So yeah, that can't be a 5. So that is a 3 or an 8. And then the other one is, if this is a 3, the other one is an 8. Sorry, a 7 or an 8. 7 or an 8 would be fine. Or if this is an 8, then this one is a 3, exactly. So this is a 3, 7, or 8. Why not 4? Oh, 4 is possible, sorry. 4 is possible. It looked like 4 was not possible, but then it turned out that 4 was possible upon further examination. Let's see. Do I think both of these can be crusts? So if both of these are crusts, you might run into a world where both of those have to be crusts. I don't know. Row 3, column 1 and 2 are a 4-5 pair. Ah, right, there's a 4 up here. Good spot. So this is a 4-5 pair. And those are gray. I know one of these two is a 2. I don't know if that's worth marking. Probably not. So at some point, am I going to have to realize that it's become impossible to do... Well, I can't do 15 and 5. There's no way I could do 15 and 5. So it has to be 15 and 3. This is always 15 and 3. It's just a question of which 3 it is. It's either those two or it's those two. And I don't yet see how I'm going to know which one. Intersecting clues? Finish the triples in box 8. Okay, let's finish the triples in box 8. That's a good idea. So these are 1, 9, and some other digit. 5. These are 1, 5, and 9. These are 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 2, 7, and 8. So what Tallcat said about intersecting clues suggests to me that I'm supposed to prove that this can't both be part of a 15 in 3 sum and a 10 in 3 sum. The 10 could easily be in 2, as far as I can tell. I do know one of these is a 4, for whatever that's worth. Row 5, column 4. Can this be 1 or 9? Okay, so if this was 1 or 9, that would immediately be 1 or 9, because I'd need to make the 15 work, and that's the only way it would work, because the 15's always in 3. I could not go this direction, so the 13 would have to go up like that. Oh, and none of these digits can be 2. So because none of these digits can be 2, it would be at least... No, 3, 4, 5 is fine. Yeah, but 12 is less than 13, so it's above the minimum. But I can't actually use 5, I'm noticing, because the 5 will be down here. So it would be 3, 4, 6 if this went this way. This string would be 3, 4, 6 to be 13. It would be the only option. So this would be the 6, because it couldn't be 3 or 4. This would be the 3, say, and the 4 or something. Row 8, column 4. Oh, wow, yes. Okay, that is insane. So, yes, so... that's the point. Okay, so the point is... There we go, okay. So earlier, we proved that 13 in 3 has a unique solution if you can't use a 2. And so, if we did make this our sandwich... then what happens is you repeat that unique solution here because these also can't be 2. But then all those digits look at all these digits and you have a problem. So this can never be crust, which means now these two are crust. Because if I tried to, just to explain why, if I tried to make these two crust, now I need to make these 5 digits add to 15, except 5 digits 1 through 5 add to 15, but I can't actually use a 1, so that's never going to work. So I can't use this one at all unless I'm willing to write a 15 in that cell. So I'm going to write those two there. This is now a 2. Is now a 2. These are both crust. I don't know what these are other than that they're 1 or 9. But I need these 3 digits to add up to 15. I guess there's still a lot of optionality on that, probably. Could this still be a 3? Then I need these to add to 12. That seems plausible. As far as I can tell, at least. Let's see. Doesn't there have to be a crust for 13 in box 5? I think I could do 13 like this, because I could get away with putting a 2 here. Because the 2's being absent was the key, and I now can put a 2 right there. But definitely one of these has to be 1, 9. And I don't think it can possibly be that one. Because if it's that one, I have to do 13 and 4. And 13 and 4... oh, maybe I could do 13 and 4. What would 13 and 4 be? It would be 2, 3, 4, 6, right? No. 2, 3, 4, 5 is already 14. I can't do it in 4. 4 is too many. So this is never crust, is the point. But that means this cell's always crust, because if I don't make this crust, then these are both crust. Oh, I could do 13 and 2. No, not if this is the crust. This can't be a crust, Garion. So the claim is this can't be a crust, because I would then have to do 13 and 4. So this is the blue 1-9. These are not crust. Purple 1-9 is up here somewhere. But yeah, this could go into, I think. This would have to be a 6-7 pair exactly. That would make this a 4, 5, 6, 7 quadruple. It would make that a 3-8 pair. Great point from Nicholas, which is that I know that I'm quite a ways away to get to 18. So in particular, neither of these can possibly be crust, because 18 and 0 are different numbers, funnily enough. Okay, so yeah, these add to 15. So these add to 25, 27. So yeah, these need to add 18 or whatever. That's fine. Let's see. I feel like my blue-purple highlighting should be coming into its own around now, but I haven't quite connected them, but I feel like I'm very close. I should be squinting for ways to connect the blue and purple. Let's see. Ranks encourages me to think about what happens if this is 8. This is 8, then these two need to add to 7 without being 1, 6, 2, 5, or 3, 4. Okay, I agree. This is not 8. So if this wasn't 8, I would need these two to add to 7, except all the ways of making 7 have gone. So this is never an 8. If this is high, it's a 7. Does the same work for 7? If this is a 7, I need these two to add to 8, but they can't be 1, 7, or 2, 6, or 3, 5. The same thing happens. This can't be a 7. So actually, just the sandwich part and these two break in every possible way with that being a 7 or an 8. So this is a 3 or a 4, and so therefore this is an 8. Those are not 8. So now I really want to look at my outies, because now I know the sum of these is 15, 25, 35. These need to add to 10, which tells me that this is either 4 or 6 or 3. Those are the options for the value of this cell. Okay. Correct to Nicholas. There has to be a 5 in the 15 clue, because there's nowhere else for 5 in the row, which means neither of these cells is a 5. And so let's just think through the options. We have 5. If we do 5 plus 3, what is the other digit we need? The other digit we need is a 7. Or we do 5 plus 4, and the other digit we need is a 6. So that means that this digit here is either itself a 5, or it's the other thing that I need. So 3 plus 5 would require a 7. 4 plus 5 would require a 6. And so the point is that has given me a quadruple of 4, 5, 6, 7, which means there definitely is a 4 on this line, which means this can't be a 4, so it's a 3. That's super cool. So that's not 3. These digits I should write out. They are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That's a lot of candidates. Because I don't know which flavor of 1, 9 it is. That's why it's so many candidates. Oh, this 3 looks down here and makes this a 5, apparently, if we were looking for things to do. Let's see. Martin says row 4, column 5 is crust. Let's see. As opposed to this one. Right, so this is always 10 and 2 now, just by examining possibilities, because I can't do 10 and 4, so it's 10 and 2. That's the point. So this 10 now is forced to be in 2. There's no way I can do 10 and 3, and no matter how I do 10 and 2, this is always crust. Great spot. Very cool. 2, 3, 8, and so that's the other crust, so these are not crust. So they're not 1 or 9. They are from 2, 3, 8. Let's see. 6, 7, 4, 6, 7. 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh, so this can't be a 7 because the outies here needed to add to 10, and so this can't be a 7 because that would have to be a 3. So these don't include a 6. And so now this is 3 plus 5 is 8 plus 7. So there's no 4 here. I guess is the point that I have discovered in a really roundabout and circuitous way, but whatever. Those are now 4, 6. We will... We'll just pretend it didn't happen. So that's gray, because now I have both of the crusts in that row. So this is yellow. It is 1 or 9 as well. Okay. So yes. So great point from Garion. Column 4 is done. So this is crust, and it's purple. It's not a 5. Let's see. If this is the crust, then this is a 3 or a 4, and this is a 6 or a 7, both of which seem okay to me. If this is the crust, then this is a 7 and a 3 is the only way it works. Is there a reason why 7 and 3 don't actually work? Let's see. Tristan would like me to look at this combo. So this can't be right. So the point is, if I don't use a 2, it's forced to be 3, 4, 6. And so I have to use the 2. That's what we showed earlier. I like how we keep coming back to that. I just missed it. But great spot to Isabella. Right, it needs a 2. And so now these two need to add to 11. Unfortunately, that is no help. One of these two is a 2. It's probably not that one. It's probably that one. Just by guessing how this puzzle might resolve someday. So yeah, so this is either 4, 7 or 6, 5. Ah, there's a 4-6 pair in column 1. That is a good thing to spot. A 5 and a 4, and a 6 and a 4, and a 6 and a 4. So neither of these are 6 anymore. So those are a 2-7 pair. So that's a 6, and a 4, and a 7. And a 4 and a 6. If you're into that kind of thing. So let's fill out the rest of this column and see what happens. So we've got the 1, the 2, the 3. We need a 4. We've got the 5, and then we need a 6, 7, and 8. Well, this isn't 4 or 7. This isn't 6, and that's not 6. So I guess the point is one of these two is 4. Oh, let's see. Ranks is suggesting it's not possible for this 18 clue to go up. So if the 18 clue goes up, I would need these two to sum to 14. And they can't because this is either a 2 or a 7, which means this would either need to be a 12 or another 7, neither of which works. So actually, that's the last of these. I don't know in what sense it's the last one. Don't ask me. So that's a 3. That's not a 3. That's gray. This is yellow-blue. This is yellow-blue. This is yellow-pink. Yellow-blue, yellow-pink, yellow-blue, yellow-pink. So this isn't crust anymore because it sees both yellow-blue and yellow-pink. So it's not 1 or 9. So this is yellow-pink. So this isn't crust anymore, and so this is crust. And so we could do that, and we can have a little coloring completion dance. Boop boop doop. Ba 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 da. Ba 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 ba. Thank you, Zach. You add excitement to our days. So let's see. There's always more, Zach, isn't there? So this is not a 5. There we go. That's it. This is not a 5. So that's a 7, and that's a 5. And these two needed to add to 11, so that's a 6 and a 4. And that's a 4. It was Sudoku. I needed to Sudoku my way out of it. These are both not 5, so that one is 5. This one is 7 and a 6. Let's see. This is not a 4, and that's not a 6, and that's not a 7. What about these across the row? They're not 1. They could be 2 or 3, not 4, 5, not 6 or 7. It could be 8. Okay, so this one's not 3 or 5. This one's not 3. So we've got that. Garion has spotted that the digits missing from column 4 are 7 and 8, and this one's not a 7. So that's an 8 and a 7 and a 6. That's not a 6 anymore. I might have to color 7 8s in a second. This is a 1 or a 9. This isn't a 7 anymore, apparently. It's a 2 8 pair. I guess I knew that already. The 10 clue is very helpful because this can't be 3 plus 7 anymore, so it's got to be 4 plus 6 with a 3 there. That's a 3 and a 4 and a 6 and an 8. And an 8 and a 3 and a 5 and a 3 and a 7. This is not a 5. That's now an 8. this is a 1 or a 9, and this digit is known. It's a 3. This digit is known. It's a 2. This digit is known. It's a 7. So that's an 8 and a 2. And now we look closely at this combination. So this is either a 2 and a 9 or an 8 and a 1. I probably have to fill in the betting tree, don't I? No, I don't think filling in the betting tree is helpful. Oh, there's a sum. Who knew that there was a sum? So the question is, what do these add to? So these add to 17. So these two need to add to 10. And so the only way that works is if they're 8 and 2. Got it. Okay. Again, it's important to look at the outies and not the innies when you're in a betting tree situation. So because all the digits sum to 35, if I take the ones away from 18, these needed to sum to 17, and I knew 2 of them that summed to 7 already, so the other 2 needed to sum to 2. So that will be a 2. Now, that makes purple 1, 9. That makes purple 1, 9. That makes purple 1, 9. A 9. And that makes blue 1, 9. A 1. I think that auto select could be much, much, much smarter, without really impacting anything. Okay, so that 7 looks down and makes that an 8 and a 7. And so 1, 2, 3, 4. The betting tree is a 5. Congratulations to those of you who wished upon your betting tree that it was a 5. Because there you have it. Congratulations, Martin. Very nice puzzle. I enjoyed that a lot. Okay, I've got time for something really quick, so let me pause for just a second and dig up something that is marked in my my to-do list as being very quick. And then we'll be back. But yeah, that was awesome. I really enjoyed that. I think sandwich is a greatly underused mechanic overall. I found one. So this is Hourglass by the Cogito. We're going to put the wishing tree here. So you make a wish and you guess a number, and if you guess the number correctly, your wish will come true. That is how the betting tree works. So this is a 159 puzzle. So the pink strips are just columns 1, 5, and 9, because in this puzzle those are special. And so the way this whole line works, or the pink stuff works, is the pink stuff tells you where to find the appropriate digit in the row. So if this is a 7, what that says is if I'm looking for the 1 in row 3, I count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 over, and I put the 1 there. If I am here, I might put a 9, in which case then I'm asking where I put the 5 in the row, and I put it over there. And likewise for 9 in row 9. Okay. And then these are the German whisper lines that we encountered earlier. pairs of digits that are next to each other on a whisper line have to be at least 5 apart. Now, you might correctly observe that whisper lines are not actually lines. They're actually dots. And so in any... I think in sort of a sane sudoku representation, you would not have a line, because a German whisper line doesn't say anything. It's just the border between these two cells, the border between these two cells, and these two cells, and whatever. So you could imagine a world where instead of whisper lines, we had whisper dots. It's not like a renban, where a renban says something about the collection of digits on the line, which is usually what lines are used for. So if you've always thought that German whispers were wrong, you are correct. That being said, we have a good place to start, which is to ask where the 5 goes in column 5, because keeping in mind that in a normal German whispers puzzle, you can never put a 5 on a whisper line, because 5 is not 5 away from anything here. So the only place in column 5 I can place a 5 is here, which, if you're following the indexing, gives me another digit, because I see that the 5 in row 5 is now in the 5th position. So I count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and I get to place a second 5 here. Kind of. And then we get to bring out our floating Zach for the 5 dance. Thank you, Zach. Much appreciated. We have the best mascot. All right. So now we have to play the whole high, mid, low business. And so what do I mean by the whole high, mid, low business? What we have to do is we have to keep in mind that in every 3 red cells that live in a box in one of these 159 puzzles, you're always going to have a low digit, a mid digit, and a high digit. So the reason for that is because if you think about what these are doing, these are telling you in a roundabout way the location of the 9 in box 1, the location of the 9 in box 2, and the location of the 9 in box 3. Well, the 1 in box 1 is always going to be in column 1, 2, or 3. The 1 in box 2 is always going to be in column 4, 5, or 6. And the 1 in box 3 is always going to be in column 7, 8, or 9. And so it's always going to be the case that any of these sort of strips are going to have a mid digit, a low digit, and a high digit. Now, the reason why that is super interesting is because it means one of these two is going to have to be a 4, 5, or 6. I could not put a 4 or 6 in the middle here. And the reason for that is if I tried to put, say, a 4 here, what I'm obligated to do is to find 2 different numbers that are 5 away from 4, and unfortunately 9 is the only such number. So then I'm obligated to repeat the 9 here. And if you remember, by indexing, that means I'd have to put 2 5s into box 3, which would not work. So, in fact, the 4 or 6 is in one of these cells. Yeah, Steve points out, actually, and this is something that shows up with length to Renban, too. You can get, with a line, you can sort of snake diagonally. And so you'll every once in a while see puzzles that use length to Renban, even though a length to Renban has a better name. Namely, a length to Renban is just a white dot. But if you have a length to Renban that goes diagonally, then that's a little more elegant than trying to make your white dot go diagonally. Circles don't go diagonally so well. So what that means is these digits are always a 1-9 pair. And the reason for that is because 4 on a whisper line only goes next to 9, and 6 only goes next to 1. So I get a 1, 9 here, and what that means is that the 5 in this row is in one of these two cells, and the 5 in this row is in one of these two cells. So the betting tree is not a 5, we have learned. So we have that much stuff going on. So I do remember your diagonal crop key. So now we ask, where is 5 in column 3 per ranks? So 5 in column 3 is now just here. So now 5 in this column is there. Sorry, is there. And now we have to remember that that 5 gives me a 3, and this 5 gives me a 7. And so that's going to fix the high, mid, lowity of these. So all of these have to be low. All of these have to be high. And likewise, all of these have to be high. And all of these have to be low. Okay, and so we can strike out those aren't 3, those aren't 7. They aren't 6 either, because I can't put 6 next to a 3. I can't put a 4 next to a 7. And so these are a 4, 6. This is a 1, 2 pair, so it looks over and makes that a 3 or a 4. This being a 3 or a 4 means it's not a 6 or a 7 that it's next to. It's an 8 or a 9. So actually, if we look closely, as Malcor points out, we can find the 6 in this column, because that can't be a 6, because 6 is only next to 1. This can't be a 6. None of those can be a 6, so actually we get a 6 and a 1 right away. So that makes that a 9 and a 5, and that a 1 and a 5. So I get all of that stuff, basically, for free. One of these is a 2. The absolute minimum these can be is a 2, 3. I can never put a 7 there, because there's always a 3 or a 4 included in these cells. And so because of that, I can look down here and see I've got an 8, 9 pair, which makes this digit the 7 for the column. So this is not a 1, this is not a 6, that's not a 6 either, because again it would be next to a 1. And it can't be. This is not a 6. Thing is sort of loudly yelling at me about. This is not the low digit, I know, because it would have to be a 1, 2, or a 3. It can't be a 1 or a 2, and if it was a 3, it would put a 1 there, which is not allowed. In fact, actually, I know that this is a 4 or a 6 because of the 1, 2 pair. One of these two is a 1, which means the 1 is always in either the 4th or the 6th position. One of these two is always a 9, which means that this is always the 4 or 6, actually. Oh, smart point from Nicholas. I can index this 1. It just is in the 3rd position. Not much more to say about that. This can't possibly be a 4, because I would need 2 9s, so that's a 2. So these aren't 2. This can't possibly be a 6. Actually, it can't be a 7 either, because again, these are min 1 and 3. And so because these are min 1 and 3, I can't put that next to a 7. So the 7 in the column is down here, for whatever that's worth. So the 7, actually that is worth something, because it places the 7 here. So there's a 7 in one of these. Ah, right. So now the 7 in box 3 is in one of these places, but where is it? It's not there and it's not there, because that would place a 7 in, or that would place a 9 in one of these two cells. So actually that's the 7 and that's the 9 and that's the 8. That being an 8 means those aren't 4. So that is 4, and that's a 9. That's a 6. The 6 places a 1 and a 2. The 9 places a 3. That's... Oh, that could be the 4. Never mind. This has got to be... this has got to be a 9, because there needs to be a high digit, and 7 and 8 are gone. So this is the 9. Let's see. So we've got... What do we have left in this row? 1, 2... We need a 3. Sorry, we need a 3. We got a 4 and a 5 and a 6 and a 7. And we need an 8 and a 9. Okay, well, this one's not 3 or 9. So that's an 8, which means that's a 9, which means that's a 3. So that is all well and good. Let's see. I still need my low digit here. So this is a 1 or a 2. Making one of these a 9. I still need a middle digit up here. As well as a low digit. See, ranks says I can place the 6 in column 7. I can place the 6 in column 7. It goes there, which makes that a 4. That being a 4 makes that a 9 and an 8. Very good spot. So these digits are a 1, 2, 3, right? It's not a 2. So that 1, 2, 3 triple... No? What did I do? I mean, wrong column or not, this is 6 is definitely only here in this column, even if this isn't really column 7. So that's a 4. So that's a 9 and an 8. So that's not the 4. So that is the 4. These are 1, 2, 3. I'm told that one's not 2 somehow through the magic of magic. So these two digits are a 1 and a 2, which unfortunately work in any order. These two digits are an 8 and a 9. In particular, this can't be a 1 because it would require a 7, so that's a 3, which makes that a 1, which makes that a 7. This isn't a 3. This is a 1 or a 2, but it can't be a 2, so it's a 1. Because I need a low digit and the 2 and 3 are gone, so that looks down there, makes that a 2 and a 1. I need a high digit down here. It's an 8 or a 9. And a middle digit that's a 4 or a 6, I suppose. Neither of those are super exciting. What are these digits? That's probably helpful. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, so this isn't a 4. That's not a 9. But in particular, the 9 in this box looks down here and makes that an 8 and a 9. That 9 makes that a 1 and a 2. That makes these two digits a 2 and something. A 2 and... a 2 and a 6. 2 and a 6. So one of these is a 9. And one of these is a 9. These digits I can write in 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 3, 5, 8. This is a naked single. It's not 5 or 8, so it's a 3. So there is my 5, 8 business. So what's in this row? We still need a 2. Oh, well, I know need a 2, and I can't put a 2 there, so I can put a 2 there. So this is a 4 or 6 for the row. Interesting. So that's the other 4, 6. Oh, right. These can't be 4 because they're on the whisper. That's the point. I didn't ever update that. But 4 and 1 are not 5 apart. So there's actually a 6 on this whisper. There's a 4 on this whisper. And so this is a 4, and that's a 6 and a 4. And a 6 and a 9 and a 4. The 9 goes with a 2 and a 6. The 6 goes with a 9 there. That 6 puts a 6 there. It's a 3 and a 2. Uh-oh, I broke it. How did I break it? Did I fill in the wrong digit here? This is supposed to be a 4. So that a 6, which makes that a 9, which makes that a 2 and a 6, which means that's a 6. But that being a 6 means this is a 5. Oh, so that's the 9. I put the 9 in the wrong place, is the upshot of all of that. So that's a 3 and a 2. I guess I put the 9 in the wrong place. I don't even recall myself doing it, but I must have. So this is a 7 or an 8, and it's not a 7, so it's an 8. So that's a 5 and an 8. This is a 6 and a 4. This digit is a 3. 6. This digit is 7. Oh, I put a 7 in place of the 5. Okay, that explains a great deal. If you hit the wrong key, sometimes the Sudoku doesn't solve right. That is my experience. This is a 4 and an 8 are what these are. 8. These are a 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So this is not a 2 or a 5, so this is a 7. These aren't a 7. These digits... So I guess the point is, actually, I have a Jovi wing on 8s. So the 8 in this box is in one of these two places. The 8 in this box is in one of these two places. So the 8 in this row is pushed into this box, but it can't be here, so it has to be there. So that means that these two digits are a 1 and something. 1 and a 5? Yeah, 1 and a 5 sounds right. 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, so the 3 in this box is actually placed now. Or sorry, the 3 in this column is placed here. 4, 5. So these are a 6, 7, and I know the order. That's a 6 and that's a 7, which is going to resolve the Jovi wing. An 8, which is going to place the 4 there. That 4 places the... Sorry, no, that 4 places the 5 there. 2, 5, 2, 1. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, a 1, and the betting tree is a 4. So congratulations if you bet 4, and can expect all of your wishes to come true, or at least whatever you wished for on the betting tree this time. Very cute puzzle. It was as promised, quick. And quite enjoyable. I feel like this is like the, I don't know, 4th or 5th German Whispers 159 I've done. Very neat. Enjoyable. I was going to say something, but then I totally lost track of where it was my brain was going. I should remind you, I suppose, that I stream Sunday now. So I'm going to stream at 10 a.m. my time on Sunday. So that's going to be 4 hours before this stream started, or 8 hours before now. You can see it already posted. So if you want, you can see it translated to your time by YouTube so that you don't have to think about time zones, which I know, at least for me, thinking about time zones is one of my least favorite things. So it will translate it for you, and then you won't have to think about it. Like, it's weird how if you go one direction, you add 3 hours, but if you go the other direction, you subtract 3 hours. It's all very confusing. I was seeing people in chat were talking about the automatic conflict checker and how you could just start the puzzle by entering 0 through 9 in all the cells and then just letting the conflict checker do the puzzle for you. That's basically actually how the app Good Sudoku teaches you Sudoku scanning. Is by pre-doing that for you on puzzles, and so you can do classics with that, and it'll all be acceptable, so to speak, and it will just sort of like fill it in for you, and then you can do the scanning and whatnot yourself. But you still have to, like, notice pairs and triples and boxes and rows or whatever. I found it very useful when I got started, and that is why my scanning today is so good. So consider that an advertisement for a free Sudoku app. Directionary wants a 159 doubler puzzle. I mean, I'm not going to say I haven't thought about it. See, I think what you do is you put a 159 puzzle, doubler puzzle, next to an X sums doubler puzzle. And then the X sums will jump you over into the next grid, and the 159 will jump you over into the next grid. And so you have sort of the two grids, but the clues are allowed to place each other in across the grids. Yeah, I feel like it's probably not the most synergistic combination, but someone will probably do it. I don't know. I really, really like the doubler puzzles. Like, I'm delighted because I set them and then it's resulted in people making them, and I've really enjoyed solving all of them that I have gotten to solve on stream. They have been great. Like, I think this has been, for me, the best era of people coming out with puzzles that are exactly the kind of puzzle I want to do, to where I'm like, man, with streaming 12 hours a week, I don't have enough time to do all the puzzles I really, really want to do that are coming out. Which has not always been the case, but that's definitely been the case over this past month or so as people have sort of been solving this. There was an excellent region sum doubler ranks done by Josh Johnson that I can send you a link to if you like. That not to say I don't think there can be more. I'm sure there can be more. But I'm not sure if I'm going to do another doubler puzzle or not. I probably will, but I was so happy with how my last doubler puzzle came out that I only want to do another doubler puzzle if it really, really warrants it. I have kind of wanted to do a 9x9 doubler potpourri puzzle that uses a bunch of different constraints plus doublers in some sort of ridiculous way, but we'll see. It would have to justify itself by being tractable enough for humans. Yeah, ranks. I did a puzzle by Playmaker like that, where the sums, as you sort of like I think I at the time referred to it as a drunk region sum lines, where the region sum sort of like goes up or down by 1 as you crisscross. I guess it's not quite the same as what you're saying, where like you'd have to look at the total of all of them and know that they would assemble together into something. But yeah, it's interesting. I look forward to seeing what people do with doublers and variations of doublers. There have been lots of cool things done with them already. All right. But that's all for today's stream. I hope everyone had fun. I enjoyed it. I look forward to seeing you all again around soon. Uh, Thank you especially to all of my supporters, and especially that group of supporters who support us at the highest level. So the Turbines, David Ratner, Michael O'Connor, Nordy, Franco, Woofer, thank you very much. Thank you to all of you who support us. I love seeing the ever-increasing amount of green showing up in chat. It's very cool seeing the windmills multiply. So thank you very much, all of you. And I look forward to seeing all of you on Sunday. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you very soon.